to eat.
There's always, yeah, if nothing else, there's a lot of good cake. Now, have you got anyone you need to say hello to?
I'd like to say thank you to Adrian for driving me here today, and I'll say hello to Dean, my son.
Hello, Dean, and thank you. Adrian, where is he? Did you leave him outside?
Yeah.
Did you sling him some cake? Do you need to say hello to anyone?
I just need to say hello to Lana, because she's sat watching at the moment.
Oh, Lana, is that your daughter?
No, it's a friend's daughter.
Your friend's daughter. Lana, hello. Now, you lovely lady, come.
I'm gonna get a hand puppet now.
Yeah.
With sweep.
Come back in, Debbie. Come back in. Well, you smell nice. Ooh, yeah, I like that.
Probably cake.
Been rolling in cake. Have you had a good day?
It's been wonderful. They've been absolutely fabulous. And Aileen came yesterday on the bridal workshop as well, so she's had a weekend. So they've been absolutely great. Baked beautiful cakes and lovely, lovely ladies. Thank you very much.
You've had a whole Sheila experience. How wonderful. And Debbie Kershaw, thank you so much for all of your help today. You've been wonderful. What's stuck out for you strand-wise?
Oh, the mermaid's tail.
Of course, of course. If you haven't got, she's on about the white labradorite. Did you see that, girls? See the white labradorite?
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. There's very limited amount of that left. You'll have to run outside and quickly get on your mobile. When are you back, Debbie KK?
I am back in about 10 days now. I've got a week off with the kids for half term.
A week off? How dare you?
Well, it's not really a week off with the kids, is it?
You'd rather be here.
Not really.
I would really.
You don't have to get out of your dressing. You don't have to get out of your dressing gown to do the school run, though. That's the joy of it.
That's the joy of it.
Stay in your dressing gowns, everybody. Well, they keep us busy here, don't they, Sooty? Now, thank you very much.
And thank you, Sweep.
Meep. Sweep's my favourite because he's I'm Sue. Now, but thank you so much. Now, I think it's Janet, is it, at 1 o'clock? And we have got that fantastic designer inspiration show. Becky's up next. Don't you move in that muscle. We'll be right back. Bye. Bye.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
The early bird catches the worm. Don't miss out on your chance to grab our amazing early bird offers at 9 AM on weekday mornings. Catch them while you can. Add a mystery gift to your order today and you'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. Check out our online reviews from Jewellery Maker customers who have previously purchased one of these mystery gifts. Go on, treat yourself with a little gift.
Tune into Jewellery Maker every day at 5 PM for our Miss It, Miss Out show, where we'll have 4 hours of jam-packed deals, including clearance offers, end of line, last in stock and low, low prices. The Miss It, Miss Out show, only on Jewellery Maker.
Makers, thank you very much for joining me on Designer Inspiration today. My name is Becky, and our designer with all the inspiration we will ever need, it is the wonderful Janet. Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Good. We're going to be heading over to Janet really very shortly. You've got a chance today to own her kit in two parts, and we do this sometimes, don't we? We'll separate the wire, the things you might already have at home, and then separately we give you the chance to own just the gemstones that you need to create this beautiful piece. Janet, how would you describe your initial piece that we're going to be looking at today?
Well, when I first got the kit, the amethyst jumped out at me, and my first instinct would be to use the amethyst.
I'm so sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off, we can't hear you. Sorry, we're having issues with the mic, we'll sort it out in a moment. We'll have a little look at that piece in a moment. Now, in my second hour, we've got a real treat for you. We've got £10 and under for a whole hour of it today. So we're going to have some real deals in there. If you're interested in getting your hands on some pearls, I've got a couple of beautiful strands in there for you. Then over into our second hour, we'll be heading back over to the lovely Janet, and she's created these beautiful, almost palm leaf style necklace, and there's some vines going on in there with some beautiful chartreuse wire. So if you need to get yourself some chartreuse wire, that's going to be your opportunity. Or perhaps you've got some at home and you're not really sure what to do with it, then stay tuned for that. That'll be coming up for you in my 3 o'clock hour today. And then we also have some luxury for less. It went so well yesterday, you absolutely adored some of the pieces that we had on, that we've decided to do the exact same thing today. I've got some sapphires that truly are exceptional quality. The boldness of the colour is really beautiful. Also today I've got coming up for you some topaz, beautiful blue topaz, and my favourites. We've got my favourite gemstone, some opal coming up for you as well, and truly it's fire opal, but it's not your usual. There's something different about this that's going to be really exciting to have a little look for. So absolutely loads to come up. What I will say is it's designer inspiration, so it's your chance to get in touch with us and ask Janet any questions you may well have for her. The way you do that is you'll go on www.JewelleryMaker.com. You'll see a little box there that says send a message to the studio. Type your message in there, any questions you might have, and we'll be able to answer those throughout the show for you. Alternatively, you can text. The text number is 60777, and you start your text with the word JM Studio. So perhaps you're looking to get some information about how to sell your pieces, how to price them, any ideas, and maybe you've lost your creative mojo. It happens to us all, and you need some way to re-spark the fire. Give us a message in and we will try and help you as much as we can. So let's start off by offering you the designer inspiration kit. So as I said, we're going to do it in 2 separate ways. I will bring our 4 strands of gemstones to you very soon. There's some stunning labradorite in there and some hand carved amethyst, which is just beautiful. But before all of that, I'm going to bring you the wire. Our long lost friend has been on holiday and come back with a tan. It's antique bronze, and it's a 0.4. It's back in the building, people. It's your chance to own 100 meters worth of it by purchasing this bundle right here, right now. As well as this, you're going to be getting yourself 100 meters of your 1 mil. So these two really are very much a go-to, your standard, your basis wire, aren't they? We've got your 1 mil for your structural, for your strength, still malleable, but definitely there to create a bit of a bolder, strengthier look to your pieces. And your 0.4, just perfect for weaving, sometimes known as the weaving wire. And it's back in stock right here for you today. Let's take a look at your web price, shall we? So if you went on our web price and our website right now and bought these two separately, you'd be paying £37.90, because of course you've got the 1 mil, 100 meters, and you've got the 0.4, 100 meters of each. Because we've got the 0.4 back in stock, in this colour. We still haven't got gold in, we've still not got silver in, but we've got it in antiques bronze. If you're buying this kit right now, you will get yourself some 0.4 in the antiques bronze. Because it's new, because we haven't had this in for weeks and weeks and weeks, we cannot do an offer on it. But we're designer inspirations, so we're going to. Because you're getting it in a bundle, we're able to offer you a discount on this today. 200 meters in total. Let's take a look at your price you'll be paying at this great deal today. 1 mil by itself, remember, £27.95. £29.95. You essentially are purchasing the 1 mil, 100 meters worth, and you're getting the 0.4 for an extra £2. 100 meters of 0.4 for £2. You've been waiting for this to come back in stock. It's here in this bundle. Now is your chance to get your hands on it. We've still not got the silver in, we've still not got the gold in this tone. This is your chance to own one of our basest coloured wires, one of your go-to coloured wires, in one of our most popular coloured wires, actually, in one of our most popular gauges. You've been waiting for it. It is back in this bundle. It's your vintage goddess wire. It's just come back in, and we're giving it to you today for £2. We shouldn't really be, but we're going to. 200 meters worth for you. Get your 1 mil, get your 0.4 for just £2. Wonderful deal on that today. There's plenty of you on the phone for that. I can see you all there. Stay exactly where you are, and if you want to get your hands on the gemstones, I'll be bringing those to you later on. But truly, to get this, your 0.4 back in stock, you haven't seen it in a while, it's one of the most popular for many reasons. You need to get it now, because a quarter of my stock has already gone. I brought this on the screen for you around 2 minutes ago, and I've already got a quarter of my stock gone. That suggests to us here in the studio that by the end of this hour, we may well have none of this bundle left. We know how much you've been waiting for your 0.4. This is your chance to get it. A quarter of my stock has already gone. Please don't hang around till the end of the demo, because it's your chance to get it for £2 next to the 1 mil. So let's have a little look at the beautiful pieces that Janet has created with our 2 gauges of wire. So Janet, you've got yourself a little handheld.
I have, yes.
How lovely.
Break into song or something?
Yeah, can you? What's your karaoke tune?
I don't really do karaoke.
Do you not?
Because I can't sing.
Oh, don't be silly. No. Everyone can sing. Everyone can. So, describe to us the pieces that we're going to be looking at today.
Okay. As I said before, but obviously you didn't hear me.
No, we didn't hear. No, Mike.
The amethyst. When I opened the bundle and saw the amethyst, my first reaction would be to go for the amethyst, the carved roses.
Yes.
But then I saw the blue and the antique bronze together and thought they were so beautiful together. So I was drawn towards the rice beads, and then this design just sort of evolved as I sat and looked at them.
It is stunning design. It's very beautiful. Now, take a look at these 4 pieces that we've created, and now take a look at the cost of this bundle. The wire, £29.95. We're going to give you the gemstone shortly. To create all of these pieces, did you have wire left?
All of this? There's tons and tons of it left.
Look at how much. We've worked out that out of this bundle, you could make that necklace twice.
Well, from the wire, you could make the actual...
Well, you could make the whole...
You could make that lots and lots of times. I mean, from the gemstones, you can definitely make it twice.
Yeah.
But from the actual wire bundle, oh, goodness knows how many you could do. You could do 10 of those easily, I would say.
Because you've got so much wire in here. Buy the 1 mil, get the 0.4, your favourite, for just £2. Were you happy that the 0.4 is back in this bundle
it's
for
fabulous. You? Absolutely gorgeous. It is gorgeous, and you can do so much with it.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to...
Could you hold the mic a little bit closer?
Sorry.
That's all right.
I just wanted to do something with the shape and make a feature of the actual 0.4, and that's why we've got this sort of woven effect with the inside of it. So yeah, I loved it. It's great. Fab.
That's fab. Well, we are going to be having a little look at how to create the beautiful necklace piece today, aren't we?
We are, yeah.
Where would you imagine someone wearing this?
I mean, it's not the sort of piece that you'd wear sort of to go shopping in Tesco's, I wouldn't think. But if if you're going out for a nice lunch or something, I mean, you could dress it down or dress it up. You could wear sort of, with some jeans and a nice sort of blouse or something, or you could wear it with a nice black dress or something. You could really,
definitely,
really dress it up or down.
Fab. So whilst Janet is getting herself mic'd up properly, we've got a working mic now for her. Whilst she's getting mic'd up, I'm just going to reiterate exactly what you're going to be getting in this bundle. I will be bringing these stunning gemstones to you really soon. 4 strands you're going to be getting, but right here, right now, we're looking at the wire bundle, the vintage goddess wire. In here, you've got 100 meters of your 1 mil in the antiques bronze, which is normally £27.95. For an extra £2, you're getting 100 meters of 0.4. It's one of the most popular colors, and it's one of the most popular gauges. You've wanted it back in. It's your chance to get it here and now. Just £29.95 for 200 meters worth of this today. Get your hands on it now. I've got way over a quarter of my stock gone. It's your chance to own it today. It'll be wing its way to you very soon. Half of my stock, I've just been told by my producer, is gone completely. I've only got about 50% left. We will bring the gemstones shortly, but we'll get started on the demo now you're all mic'd.
Good. Okay. Right, so what we did, we started with the frame of the actual piece.
Okay.
So I started with the centre piece. So to do that, what I did is I took 2 pieces of the 1 mil, one slightly longer than the other. That's probably what, about 22 inches or something like that, do you think? I don't really measure things, I just sort of go by eye really. So it's a longer piece, and then one a little bit shorter just for the inside. So what you'll need is a piece to make the actual shape of the pendant, and then maybe 6 or 7 inches over to do the loop across.
So your longest wire looks to me about 60 centimetres and the shorter wire about 50, would you say?
Yeah, to make this size, but obviously you can vary it depending on sort of the size of the pendant that you want really. Yeah. So this is similar to a technique I did in one of my previous projects, but it's just a completely different look to it. So it's take the longer piece and fold that over so you get that pendant shape. Take the second piece and do exactly the same, and then make that pendant shape a little bit smaller, so you've got that pendant within a pendant really. And then if you slide them together within each other, they'll sit quite nicely together. So you just at that stage. So then just take a piece of the 0.4, just so that we can secure that. And then we do that by just holding them together. And at this stage, you can sort of determine how big or how small you want your pendant, depending on what sort of size you go for here. So once you're happy with the size of the pendant that you've got, simply attach that. I'll make that one a little bit smaller actually, sorry, I'm fiddling around. There we go. Right, so just hold those together, take your 0.4 and wrap them around. More fingers and thumbs today, I don't know what's wrong with me.
It's alright, it's a Sunday.
What it is.
Did you have a piece of the cake before?
No.
Maybe that's the problem.
That must be it.
Maybe that's the problem.
Maybe I need cake.
Yeah, we'll get you some in the break.
Right, so you've got that and that's wrapped, and then what I did, I just took my nylon pliers and just squished that down a little bit, and that helps to sort of secure that shape. And while you're holding that, you can just bend these around and just make sure that they're sitting as you want them. So you've got that section. So that is the middle section, and then from that section there, we're going to create the 2 side portions.
Yeah.
So if I put that to one side, just for now, and then we take 2 more pieces, about 15 inches. About 15 inches long is the piece that I've got there. And then simply just sort of bend them around, so you've got quite a sharp sort of bend on the first piece, and then take the second one and bend that. And what we're looking to do is overlap them to create that centre piece. If I move that up a bit, you can see that a bit better
almost
there.
to create the wing section,
That's it.
isn't it? This piece
That's
here
it.
we're creating now.
And then what we do is just to check that that's sort of the size that we want. We just overlay that, and what we're looking at doing is the top section to touch here, and the bottom section to sort of roughly touch where the bottom of that centre drop is.
Yes.
So we simply repeat what we did on the other one and wrap them. So where they overlap, just pick that up and wrap. And what I do is wrap around, and then I tend to go in between and through, and I find that holds, she says it slides off, that holds better once you've sort of held it down with the pliers.
So you do a few wraps around both, and then you've just almost figure of eighted, haven't you, over the except just a bit more.
And that
strength.
just helps to secure it. So what we do then is we'll do exactly the same at the other side. Secure it on this edge here, and when it's in the position you want, what I do is bend those back just to hold that shape.
I see.
But I've got one here that I've already done. So that's at that stage there. So you've got that piece, and this will sit in the centre.
I see.
So now what we're looking at doing is filling in the little sections here.
Okay.
And what I did is I filled in the section of the pendant first, and then attached them together. I just found it was easier rather than sort of fiddling around with trying to balance them all together.
Yeah, and fighting it.
So to make that sort of woven effect that we've got in the centre,
yeah,
you create a little beard.
Cool.
A little elf beard there,
Aww.
which fits into here. So there.
That's a lovely beard,
Isn't it? Yes, right, okay. So I'll show you how we did that.
Yes, please do.
Okay, so if you take the 0.4, and I took sort of 2 arms lengths of it. I won't go mad on this cage because I've got that already made, so I'll just show you the idea of how we do it.
Okay.
And then fold them in half. I'll come back over here. Right, fold them in half. Find the centre point. Because the 0.4, I mean, once you've done that, that's actually quite solid.
I was just touching it, then it is actually.
Yeah. So if you wrap that, so you've got the point here, then just hold that in between your fingers and just turn that around. And then it's simply just keep doing that. And what I did is I sort of went around and then wrapped back around it. And then if you want to change direction, go back the other way. And it's simply just continuing that, and you get that effect.
Yeah.
And you just keep doing that until you're sort of happy. What will happen is you'll get to a stage, if you do too many in the same direction, that they seem to be loose from each other. So then just take the end,
sew through.
Just sew it through. Just find a space where you can sew them through. Don't catch it on the board. Pull those through. Told you, more fingers and thumbs. That's it. And then just start again.
And then until you create this U shape.
Yeah.
So if you want to have a little look at this one, you might be able to see it a little bit better. This is 0.4 beard, people. This is your 0.4. It's back in the building. Buy 1 mil, 100 metres, get 100 metres of our long lost friend, almost forgotten what he looked like, 0.4 for £2. Just £29.95, 200 metres worth.
Amazing.
I've got over half my stock gone, by the way, so please get yourself on the phone for this now, because if you think about it, I only brought it to you 15 minutes ago, half my stock's already gone, so maybe give it another 15 and it might be completely sold out. People are multi-buying this as well. Probably because it's a great deal, but also because you haven't seen 0.4. We've still not got it in the gold, still not got it in the silver. Not sure of a date that's going to be back in yet, but we've got the antiques bronze, one of the most popular ones. It's your time to get your hands on it now.
Right, so, excuse me. Once you start actually building up that pattern, it's then just sort of get your pendant, and you want to sort of work out where that's going to go. So what I did is I did sort of the bottom first. So if we shape that, you can see that then is just shaping to fit in here.
Yes, I see.
And then that's simply what you do. You just continue that as many sort of dense or as sparse as you want, really. And if you want to go in one direction that way, just to sort of make the shape there, you just continue do a few of those, a few little twirls, wrap them back against each other, and as before, just sort of go through, just sew through until it's, pull that through, and then start again. So as you can see, that's sort of filling in that little section.
I see.
And then I would just continue that and build that up, and when I get to this little section, just do a, you can even shape it. I mean, once I did these, I just sort of pulled these into shape.
I really like this technique because actually when you see it on the piece it looks really intricate, and when I was looking at it before it looks like you've perfectly done a spiral and then tried to link it on, but it's just quite free form. And for weaving can be quite time consuming at points, but this
is really quick.
It's done.
Yeah, it's really quick, so it builds up really quick. So I won't go and do that because we've got this piece, but that is basically what you do.
Fab.
So you do a piece then that's going to fit into this little section here.
Lovely.
Okay, so I'll get rid of these little bits.
I've got way over half my stock on this gone now. It's really important you get it. Only chance to get your hands on 0.4 for £2 for 100 metres. It's with your 1 mil, 200 metres in total, £29.95. That's such a great deal.
It is, isn't it?
And as Janet said earlier, you could make, did you say 10?
You could easily do 10 of those. I mean, we've
easily do 10 of this necklace.
Well, we've used like
Dwyer.
what, 25 inches or whatever. You've got 100 metres there.
Yeah.
It's crazy, it's crazy. Right, so this is what we're looking at doing. We're looking at filling in this this section here with our little U-shaped twirly bits of wire. And to do that, we sew them on. So what we do is we take this section, and that roughly fits. It doesn't fit exactly, but as we go around and sew it in, we'll put it into shape, and it'll be fine. Okay, so if we take a longish piece, but again, I won't go all the way around. I won't bore people with doing the same thing over. We'll go on to that one then. But to start, what I did, just take the 0.4 and wrap that around this little section here. Then take your little section and hold it roughly in place there, and then take the end. Actually, I'll cut that off a bit because it's no. I would take quite a long piece because what I'd want to do is do the whole lot in one go. Right, so if we hold that, she says, butterfingers again. Right, and then just start stitching that on. So hold that in place. Once you've got your first couple of stitches on, it's fine. So there we go. So wrap that around and pull that through, and then when you come to do your second one, just find a little section that you want to pull to the edge, put that in, hold it together and wrap it around, and then again find the next little section that you want to pull to the edge, just in there, wrap that around, hold it so it doesn't overlap the edge, and pull that. And that's what you're looking at doing.
So this is a really good technique for beginners then, isn't it? Because there's no intricate weaving, you're just learning the feel of it,
it's
the
a nice
wire
simple,
and filling a large area.
It's a nice simple technique that you can do, but sort of, well, I think it gets sort of like advanced look.
Yes, exactly.
Results.
Yeah, you really do.
You know, so I think anybody really could have a go at it.
Definitely. So if you are new to jewellery making, get your hands on this bundle right now and a toolkit. We've actually only really used the tool so far to snip, really, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's a really great technique, really easy, as you can see, and it's just a nice way to get used to the wire, isn't it?
It is, and it's nice, a nice and steady piece to make as well, because I think, you know, actually making those little swirls, this little section, it's really quite relaxing, and you can make it as thick or as sort of lacy like as you want, really. So you can adjust it, you know, to whatever you want. And it is simply that. It's simply going all the way around and stitching that to the frame like that. And you would do that all the way around so that that fits in. And if you've got a gap, like we've got a little gap here, just when you get to that section, there's a little hole there. So just find a piece that's further in, pull that through, and then hold it and pull. And that will pull that.
Just loops it into place.
It'll pull it into place.
I see.
And then that little loop sticking out, so you can push that back in. And if you want to then catch another piece past that, oops, there you go. pull that through. There you go. And that's it. So that little section where the hole was is actually gone.
Yeah.
And it's just simply then follow that all the way around. When you get to this little section here, follow it around this inner section as well, and that then will hold that in place. That will hold that secure. So that then is done. That little section there is complete.
Yes.
So we're at that stage.
Fab. Want to let you know at home, we're going to have to very soon take the graphics off for this wire. The reason being, I've got a quarter of my original stock left. So you need to get yourself on the phones right now, because once it's sold out, it's completely sold out. We're going to have to take this off in a moment. We are getting really low in stock. You need to get yourself on the phone for it right now. 100 meters of 1 mil antiques bronze, 100 meters of 0.4 for £2 on top of the 1 mil. It's just £29.95 for you right now and today. Now we're going to start adding on the gemstones in a moment, aren't we?
We are.
So I might do the gemstones for people at home now then, because this wire is going so quickly, we're going to have to take them off. We'll bring you the gemstones. If you're on the phone for this wire, you'll still get it if you're on the phone right now. If you're not on the phone, strongly suggest you get on. Please check out your baskets as well online. This is a 4-strand gemstone bundle, and the gemstones are really special. Take a little look at these for me. You have on here your beautiful hand carved roses, 10 mil, 180 carats amethyst. If I show you these separately, actually, I just think you really want to get a look, because they are like perfect roses, aren't they?
They're gorgeous.
The work that has gone into these gemstones, all totally hand carved. You see the beautiful rose shape? And then as we spin, this is the side of the rose, and then another rose on the base. The amount of work that has gone into these, absolutely exceptional. All hand created by a person, a lapidarist, your gemstone cutter. So much work gone into them, and I think you can tell. I think you can tell when you see it and you feel it. And we have used them in these beautiful little earrings as well. As well as that, you have got this exceptional strand. The length on this as well. Do we know the length of this strand? Gosh, it looks about 32 centimetres, doesn't it?
I thought that actually when I opened it.
Yeah,
I don't know whether it's because of the way it's cut, but it does seem.
Where's my necklace tray? Here it is, isn't it? Let's have a little
I didn't
look.
think to measure it. That would be too easy, wouldn't it?
Hang on. Where are we? Inches wise, we're looking at 17 inches. Wow. This is really lengthy strand. It is a stunning example of labradorite as well. It's your grey coloured labradorite, and the labradorescence shiller that you're getting from here, there's plenty of blues, but also little flecks of golden pinks too. You've got in here 90 carats worth of labradorite, 6x4 mil on here. They are your lovely faceted rondelles. I love a faceted rondelle on a labradorite, just catches the light beautifully, doesn't it? As well as this, we have got your Amazonite, 90 carats worth of these rice beads, and these are 12x6 mil. And these are the ones that we've used on almost the wing section of this necklace. They work beautifully with this coloured wire as well, don't they? Really nicely. And we finally have in your whopping 4-strand bundle this hefty sized pyrite. You've got 360 carats worth on these 8 mil, and it's a 28 centimetre strand here for you today. We've used the pyrite at the top of this wing section, and also as the face, I suppose, on this neck piece. Now, these, out of this bundle that we have here with the gemstones, 4 strands worth of gemstones, even though we've used really bejewelled cuff here with all of this labradorite, not only on the top but on the bottom. If you were to create these pieces that we have here today, you'd be able to do them with the gemstones twice and still have some left over. Because amethyst wise, we've used 2 on the cuff, 2 on the earrings, 1 on the ring. So essentially, we've used a quarter, less than a quarter of that strand of amethyst. So 4 strands, amethyst, pyrite, amazonite, and beautiful labradorite. It's your favourite. Should we have a look at your web price? £45.96. Should we take a look at the price it's going to be today? Are you happy to have a £10 off? How about 18? Your price today is amazing, £27.95. You've got amazonite in here, a really, really lengthy strand of labradorite too. The carved, all hand carved roses on this amethyst. They're a beautiful, rich, almost Zambian purple as well. And this pyrite, hefty. Really hefty pieces. Now, say for example this cuff. Yeah. We have used plenty of labradorite. I absolutely adore this cuff, by the way. We've used plenty of labradorite on here. It's encapsulating the whole cuff all the way around the back, on top and bottom. So but you said earlier you hadn't used even half the strand, had you, on this?
So we could easily do that bracelet again.
You could easily do that again.
Easily do it again.
How much would we be selling that bracelet for?
Gosh.
I know it's a hard question.
Personally, depending on where you are, but I'd be looking at 20 plus.
Oh yeah, easily.
20 plus. So, you know, the price of the kit even.
Yeah.
The price of that bundle would pay for that bracelet, would take that bracelet.
So, if you sold this for £20, but you can make it twice with the goodies you're getting in this kit today, you could be making £40. Yet the whole thing, you haven't even touched the other strands for that, the whole thing today is just £27.95. The amount you have in here is exceptional. The quality themselves is beautiful. And I think when we're doing this technique and we're working with them together, it just works. It just brings it all in. It entails it all. If you're thinking that the 4 strands, oh yeah, that's good to get 4 strands for £27.95. Remember, on top of that, all the work that's gone into these, hand carved separately, individually. It's not by a machine, it's by a person. Amethyst of a beautiful, rich quality. This strand of labradorite is so lengthy, and it's absolutely exquisite as well. Honestly, the labradorescence kicking off is so special. I'm just going to measure it for you now, if that's okay. So here's my ruler, 30 centimetres. We're here. Plus 11. Yeah. 41 centimetre strand, your labradorite. 41 centimetres worth on here. Isn't that exceptional?
Yeah. And that's the reason that I wanted to put them, not the length, but because they just got that beautiful sparkle and shiller on them around the bracelet, rather than putting them inside. And you want the light to bounce off all different angles. And I think on that bracelet, it does that. It achieves that.
That's amazing. That my strand here is 41 centimetres. Of course, yours might vary slightly at home because it's based on carat weight, but you're going to be notching up towards that. It's going to be bigger than our normal strands. Usually, if you are new to us, usually our strands are up to 30 centimetres. But I don't think I've seen one at 41 centimetres, let alone labradorite. Your guys' favourite at home, voted twice now your favourite gemstone of the year. 4 strands here, £18 saving on this for you, £27.95. Now we're going to have a little look at how Janet's added these beautiful gemstones to her piece, but do get your hands on this now because it's a limited stock offer. £18 saving, and I've got half my stock gone. It's limited stock anyway. The bundles are really popular today. You're clearly adoring Janet's designs and you've got some great ideas of your own to try out at home. You need to get them now whilst we still have them in the building. £18 saving on those gemstones. Right, let's have a look at how we get these incorporated.
Okay,
then,
so what I've done quickly while you've been talking about those, I've tied this onto the base. If I just quickly show you what I mean.
So you tied the beard, you tied the wings onto the base.
So that's the base that we're going to use, and that's the section that we've just woven. And it's simply just wrap around here and capture the frame. And the same here. What I did is I tied it at this point onto the frame and at this point onto the frame. And then what we did, we made some more sections here using exactly the same technique, just so that they would fit into this section.
I see, brilliant.
Here. And so what I've done is I've stitched those in while we've been looking at the bundle, stitched that into here. And we stitched that in exactly the same way as we did the pendant frame.
Fab.
So it's just simply stitch all the way around. I haven't completely finished it, but you would sort of go all the way along here, so it's completely stitched in.
Okay, fab.
Okay. And then if I cut, so I'll just flip that over, sorry, and I'll just cut those off so that they're not distracting from what we're doing. Right, so now obviously you do exactly the same on the other side. So you've got 2 sections that are full and complete. And now we're going to add the gemstones. So what I did is I got a fairly long piece of 0.4, or as much as you sort of want to handle really. And then I sort of just got to a point on the frame, wrapped it around the frame just to secure it and tidy it up. So just wrap around a couple of times. Wrap that round a few times and then you can cut that off. And then decide where you want to put your first bead.
So you've used the Amazonite on this, haven't you?
Yes, yeah. I just thought the blue and the antique bronze were perfect together.
I think you're right. It's such a beautiful tone of Amazonite.
So then, from underneath, just bring your wire through a section that you, in the position that you want to put your bead. Not wrapping it around all the little bits of wire. There you go. And then drop on the bead and position it so it's going to be in that position there.
I see, so it's flat on.
So it's flat. So if you just hold that in position, then take the other end and feed that back through a space there. Pull that through. There you go. So that's there. And then if you turn it over and then just wrap that around, just feed it back and forth a couple of times just to stitch it onto that woven section. There you go. And because it's the same colour, you don't see that.
No, it just disappears.
Disappears. And then that's that one secured, and that's not going anywhere. And then it's simply just sort of decide where you want your next one. Pull that through. I mean, I've sort of graduated them up, but you can do whatever you want really.
The Amazonite rice beads, don't forget you've got 90 carats in this bundle. They're actually perfect for this, aren't they? Because they're not too, they don't sit too proudly, no. But they're still
there's enough of them,
aren't they?
There's enough for them to sort of act as a feature in the design, but as you say, they don't stick out too far, so they don't detract from it, and that's it really. And then you just decide where you want to go, and just repeat that all the way along. You see that? Just come back up through there.
Yeah. Make
sure you pull that fairly tight, which I haven't done. Once you pull that tight, just hold that in place and pull that through. There you go. And then back through again. There you go. And then you're ready then to add on your next
one.
So I won't do that. I won't repeat that process all the way along.
2, 4, 6, 7 on each of these wing sections, haven't you? So you must have had plenty left on this strand then.
There's lots.
Blimey.
Yeah.
That's fab.
So it goes a very, very long way. So what I would do is continue that until you've got as many on there as you want.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
So if I cut these off again, so if we imagine that we've put on as many there as we want.
Yeah.
then at this section, cut these little pieces off. Right. So now what we're looking at doing, I'm just trying to remember what I did first. I think I did these sections first. So what we're looking at doing now is creating the little bail section where we're going to hang the chain from.
I see.
So, and you can do this in whatever format or that you want really. So what I did is I just held my finger sort of on here and just bent the wire around. There you go. Just do that. Bend that around to make a sort of a bit of a loop. There we go. And then once I've got a loop that I was happy with, I would do them both together as well, so that you're getting the same on each side. I wouldn't finish this side and then move over to the next. I would do them together.
I see.
And so what I would do, before I start bending them, I'd measure the pieces so that they're both the same length at either side.
So you've got some symmetry there?
Yes, yeah. Because I think it's, you know, I don't always go for symmetry, but in this case, you want them both to look the same, really.
Okay.
So then, what you can do, you can just sort of bend that over. And what we can do, we can use that then to hang the chain from, and then do exactly the same on this section. I think that's what I did. I can't. You can do whatever you want, really. That's the beauty of it. There you go. And then snip off that because that might be a little bit long. And
I've got people multi-buying on this gemstone pack. It's not really a surprise, is it, Janet?
They are beautiful. They are gorgeous.
They are really stunning, and they work so perfectly. We've just said the Amazonite fits in wonderfully in this section, and then we're going to be adding the pyrite on in a moment, and I think that's something that just draws your eye as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because your eye almost naturally follows around the wings and then highlights this beautiful metallic pyrite. Because these are rice bead shaped as well, it's beautiful.
Yeah. It does direct the eye, doesn't it?
Yeah,
to
it really does.
And when you
It's
sit,
stunning.
I didn't know the name of the bundle when I got it.
Yeah.
And Vintage Goddess. I think
so
it's
true.
perfect for it.
So
isn't
true,
it?
absolutely.
So, you know, it just shows that the gemstones do speak to you and
Yes.
tell you.
I'm in really
what to do.
limited stock on these gemstones now. Seriously limited. It's your chance to get your hands on it. £18 you're saving on these gemstones today. And don't forget that Labradorite strand's absolutely huge. My strand 41 centimetres. You've got plenty on there of your favourite gemstone for £18 off as well. Fab.
Right, so once you've done whatever design you want on this section here, so that you've got a section to hang.
You all right, Mealy? Sorry. Oh, she's throwing a strop. No, she's dropping stuff. You all right? Good.
Right, so when you're at that section, you've got this as you want it, this section that you're going to hang the chain from. We go back to the centre section and take these wires, and then just simply bend those. Let them find the natural curve, because if you start to force that curve, it doesn't look right.
No.
So just find the natural curve and then do exactly the same with the other one. So we're looking sort of, we want that sort of shape. So do the first one first, find where you want it, then simply take it here, hold that and bend it back, and bend it back again, and again, and again, and just wrap that around that section there and leave that piece at the front. And then bring the second one down to a point that you're happy with, and then pick that up there and do exactly the same and follow the line of the previous one that you've just put in, and leave that one at the back. So you've got those two sections going across, and then you've got this sort of wrapped effect here. And this is where my old favourite, the spiral, comes in.
Love a good Janet spiral.
Yes. So these little bits here, the front one, it's simply then just take the end of the round nose plier. It doesn't have to be a neat one because we're going to sit the pyrite on top of this spiral. So if you just take the pliers, hold that in place, there, and then just sit that at the front. And then if you flip that over, you can make this one a little bit smaller. Doesn't have to, it's not got a function other than just making the back look pretty. So we'll just do that one quickly. Right, so we'd have a little spiral at the back.
Yep.
And we've got this spiral here.
Fab.
So now what we're going to do is drop the pyrite on.
Lovely.
So I'll do the pyrite on this section here, and to put it in the centre is exactly the same technique.
Okay.
So take a decent length of the 0.4 and then wrap that around a few times. Let me do it from this angle. There, wrap that round a few times just to secure that to that spiral with the one end. There. And then maybe wrap that around a few there. Just so that the wire is secure, so you know it's not going to go anywhere.
Yes.
Bring it up to the centre of the spiral. And then we're ready to add on pyrite. Do you want to choose a pyrite?
Yes. I love these pyrite. 8mm as well, aren't they?
Brilliant, they are.
So that's quite a workable size, isn't it?
For a long time, I sort of shied away from pyrite.
Did you?
I don't know why.
And what changed your mind?
I don't know. I got a strand and started using it, and I love it now.
Yeah.
Love it. But I wasn't one of my favourites, to be honest. But as soon as you start working with it,
you do. It changes your perception, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it really does.
Right. So it's thread it on, and then just leave it a little way from the end and bend it over so that it sits in that little spiral that you've made.
Yeah,
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Then bring it down at the back and then wrap it round a few times just so that that wire is secure. And then what we do is, can you see that? There. If I hold it that way, you'll be able to see what I'm doing. And then you just simply wrap that around and just keep wrapping, and then try and come as close up to this section as you want, so that it looks as if it's almost a setting rather than it just sort of being, and that's it. And once you've got to that point, let me do that.
That's going to keep it really strong and in place, isn't it?
And then once you're happy you've gone up far enough, just wrap around again. And then with the little section that you've got there, wrap that around, and you can snip that off
underneath,
and then just push that into place, and that's how that little section.
That's really nice. What a beautiful little finishing touch.
Rather than just sort of wrapping it on.
It's almost giving it shoulders, isn't it? Like you would on a ring.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And so what you would do then is you would do exactly the same in the centre section, and then repeat that process on this side and do exactly the same there. So that, in effect, then is the pendant. Once you've put your rice beads on, that's the pendant complete.
That's so simple. That's really quick. Now, where would you say, sort of skill-wise, this lies?
Okay. I think if someone's just started in wire work, or they've just begun their journey, I think it's one that they could try.
Yes.
Because this technique, the filling in technique, is easy. I think anybody at the beginning stage could do that.
Yep.
And structural wise, you can use whatever shape you want. The bracelet is made in exactly the same way, just a different shape.
Yes.
So, you know, I mean, you don't have to do the elaborate of tying this piece onto this piece. You could simply do you want me to show you how the bracelet is made?
Can't you?
Because that's a lot simpler.
It's so simple.
I can talk
with
you
this
through
weaving technique.
Yeah.
Let me give them the last chance to own the gemstones, and then we'll talk through this bracelet. It's wonderful. I think this design is stunning because, as we've just said, you can have a go at it as a beginner. However, when you actually look at it, it looks like something very intricate, very time consuming. You must be very skilled to do it, but actually,
when you break it down, it isn't. No,
it's a stunning piece. And the gemstones are equally as stunning. Let's have a quick recap on these because I've got a handful or two left, but that is it. Once it's gone, it's gone. £18 saving on this, don't forget today. You've got 180 carats worth of your beautiful amethyst, each individually hand carved, and they're your 10mm rounds. And it's this wonderful, rich depth of tone of colour. The lovely thing with this strand is when we're looking for amethyst, a lot of the time we'll look for this deep saturation, this really rich, almost aubergine tone of amethyst. That's what we look for in high grade amethyst. You've got that in here, but then as an added luxury, something a little bit extra on top of that, the work of these being individually hand carved into these beautiful double rose shapes is so, so special. 360 carving on this, all the way around it. Beautiful. As well as that strand, that's 180 carats. As well as that, you've got this lovely strand of labradorite, 90 carats, and it's the longest strand I've seen in a long time. Around 41 centimeters my strand's coming out as. You'll definitely be getting around 90 carats. And these are your faceted rondelles, 6x4mm. We'll talk through these in a moment and how we use these in that cuff. So get them now so you can put your full attention into our little cuff demo. You've also got in here your 360 carats, whopping carat weight, of your beautiful plain rounded pyrite, 28 centimeters, and you've got this lovely Amazonite, 90 carats of Amazonite rice beads, 12x6mm these were, and it's Amazonite. We don't have it on that often, and when we do, it always flies out, and today's no exception. You need to get your hands on this bundle because it's an £18 saving on this today. It's yours for just £27.95. That's all you pay. £18 you're saving yourself, and in my luxury for less, you can get a few strands for £18. May as well get it off now then, hadn't you? Now, final thing I want to do just before we have a little look at this, because we're going to go back to this weaving technique. Some of you cannot believe that we've got 0.4 back in. We've had a few messages like, 0.4, oh my goodness, back in. We're going to bring you the last lot, but I mean low numbers right now. You need to be quick. I cannot reiterate to you enough how quick you're going to have to be on the phone to get your hands on this. So it was, I'll use the ones you've used. Okay. It was 100 meters of your antiques bronze 1mm and 100 meters of your antiques bronze 0.4. It's back in the building. If you get this bundle, you will have it winging its way to you in a couple of days. 1mm is £27.95 on our website right now. For just £2 more, you'll get the one that you've been waiting for, your 0.4 in your antiques bronze. You've seen how Janet's used it. We're going to have a little look at it again in a moment, but we haven't got any gold 0.4, we haven't got any silver 0.4 in the building. This is probably our next most popular colour, and we've got it in for you today. Get your hands on it now. If you've been waiting and waiting for 0.4, it's your chance to get it now. However, the next few people who come on the phone, you will be very lucky to be able to own this. So please get yourself on there. If you need 0.4, this is the place to get it. For just £2 extra, it's a great deal today. Let's have a little look at this cuff then.
Okay. The cuff bracelet is done in exactly the same way, using the same techniques. It's just simply, sorry Becca.
It's all right.
It's simply just a different shape. So it's 2 pieces of wire, and they're actually sort of wrapped together just to make that bangle shape. So that's it really. So it's just 2 pieces of wire, cross them over to whatever length you want. So I would measure it so that we've got maybe ½ an inch left on either side for the detail that we're going to put on this side.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do a 7.5 inch or 7 inch, say do 6 for the middle and then ½ an inch each end. So this little section is 6 inches.
Okay.
And then you just do the wire technique again. This is the one from the previous one. You do exactly the same technique with just enough to fill that section in.
Yeah, I see.
Stitch it on in exactly the same way that we did the pendant and the wing section of that.
Yeah.
Then when that's in place, that'll be fully, not obviously. So imagine that this has got all the weaving sort of sewn in.
I see, yep.
Then you just make sure you've got a piece of wire spare at the end.
0.4.
And then simply start dropping on the labradorite, and it's simply just drop that on, hold it in place there, hold it with your fingers, wrap that around and pull that, and you've got that there. And it's the same technique that's used in the tiaras. And
so it's good because you've already sewn in, so you just add an extra strength to your whole design as well.
So what I do is sew that in first,
yeah,
which is then makes it solid, but then this adds that extra sort of, like you say, strength to it really.
Which is exactly what you want when you're wearing a cuff, isn't it? You want the strength there, and you've definitely got it with this design.
And you would just do that again, repeat that, wrap that around. You could wrap it a couple of times around, and then you've got those, and you would do that, repeat that all the way around. And then when you get to the end, So you just repeat that, and then it's quite nice because they've got a little bit of movement to them as well.
That is beautiful. That is so wearable, isn't it? Take a look at how beautiful this looks. And then look at the amethyst at the back.
Have we got time just to quickly?
Yep, yeah, we have.
So, as I say, you go all the way around as that bracelet is, so it's completely sort of encased in the labradorite.
Yeah.
And then when you get to the end, you've got these two little fishtail bits here.
Yes.
So we're back to the
Janet spiral.
Yes. How did you guess? And I would start that off and just wrap that around into position there. Do exactly the same on the other side. And then what I did is I dropped in an amethyst in exactly the same way that we added the pyrite to the necklace. There you go. Obviously this would be more secure because it's not very secure now because it's not stitched in. There. So I would do that, so that would be the end section. And then I would just wrap in the amethyst in that section there. Do you want me to do that now?
That's beautiful. Yeah, you've got time for it. Absolutely got time.
Just to show you how to do it. Repeat that again.
Handful of the wire wrap, the wire work bundle that you have on screen right now. A handful left. You're clearly loving this design and this designer inspiration. Of course, it's absolutely stunning. And we've got the 0.4. It is a handful, literally, left of this. 100 meters of your 1mm, 100 meters of your 0.4. People who have it in their baskets on the website, you need to check out. I've got people waiting on the phone, and if it gets to the point where we haven't got enough, then it goes straight out of your basket. It's not until you press check out that you've actually secured your wire. So don't worry, you don't have to pay extra P&P every time you check out. It's just one postage and packaging until midnight tonight. So please do check out to be safe.
Right, so it's in exactly the same way. I've just attached a piece of wire to there, sewed on the amethyst, wrap that over, and do it so that you've got the flower part of that sort of facing the front. Wrap that wire around a few times, excuse me, just to secure it in place. And then go back to, sorry, I've done that a bit, there you go. And then go back to the wrapping, and you wrap that in exactly the same way. This one's not very neat because it's not actually in the right place. You just wrap that around. Just spend a little time sort of making sure that that doesn't overlap too much. There you go. She says. There. There you go. And then, once you're happy that you've gone up far enough, then go back down, wrap that around, wrap it around and secure it and cut that off. And that's the, whoops, sorry.
That's
there
how
you go.
You create the lock.
And that's the, it's not very tight because it's going to move around a lot. But that's the technique. And then it's just simply bending that around something to make the bangle shape.
And what would you suggest bending it around?
You can use sort of, I don't go round with bangles because I think they fit the wrist better. So what I tend to do is just start from here.
Start from one side.
And then I would just simply bend it. It's a bit more, it's a bit difficult, not difficult, but it's a bit harder when you've got the gemstones and things on there. And then simply just shape it around.
Just ease it around.
Even put it on your wrist and sort of shape it around the wrist until you've got the shape that you want.
That is beautiful. Janet, thank you so much for showing us that. I'll need to let you know at home, single figures left on this wire. Once this bundle's gone, it is gone. 100 meters of your 1mm and 100 meters of your 0.4, that is all you have. Once this is gone, this is gone. We've not had your 0.4 in ages, you know that, in one of our most popular colours. People have been asking and questioning about this, so it's your chance to get your hands on it right now. It's really important because single figures I'm in for this now, and trust me, the price you're getting is exceptional. This 1mm, £27.95. £2 extra on the top. If you've just jumped on the phone now, all I can say is seriously good luck to you, because there are so many people just jumping on the phone right now, probably to try and get their hands on this. Honestly, cannot encourage you enough to check out if you're online. I'm in so low single figures. This will be gone before the end of the break, I'm almost positive. Get your hands on it now. £2 extra, you're getting your 0.4. You've wanted it and it's back for you. Janet, we're going to be heading back over to you for a beautiful design in a moment or two.
Okay.
Coming up next though, a whole hour of under £10 coming up after this break. See you then.
Join Jewellery Maker and specialist guest designer Louise Jacobson for our basic wirework course. This class is suitable for complete beginners who wish to learn simple wire wrapping techniques to create stunning structural designs. Louise will teach you all the essential skills to get started, including basic spirals, double connectors and much more. The full course includes a range of different wire gauges, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters and a visit to our Gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
It's the Wirework for Beginners course that I'm on today with Louise. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. It's been a wonderful course, starting from very basics. Every question that we had for Louise, she's answered, and it's been a marvellous education in learning to do things with wirework.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Louise Jacobson for our Wirework Rings DVD. This DVD contains a step-by-step guide on how to use a ring mandrel, create single and double stone rings, cluster rings and much more. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Add a mystery gift to your order today and you'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. Check out our online reviews from Jewellery Maker customers who have previously purchased one of these mystery gifts. Go on, treat yourself with a little gift.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker and welcome to our under £10 hour. I've got for you two very exciting star buys. So these are star buys. So although it's our under £10 section, star buys slightly separate, but you will be getting these within the next hour for you. You've got here blue topaz, completely natural blue topaz, and you have this stunning colour coated pyrite as well, this beautiful teal tone. These are going to be your star buys coming up in the next hour. We'll be heading over to those, but before all of that, in our under £10 hour, we're going to give Janet a little bit of a challenge. Now what we do is, on our designer inspirations, we will give our designer a challenge section, and what we do is in the break, so we usually get around an hour and 45 minutes to play with some of the goodies that we give them, and you've got to create something by the end of the show. So we'll head over to Janet about 4:45 normally, see what she's made up. So I think you are being treated very well today, Janet, if I'm correct. rondelles in a matrix box. Take a look at this for me. This is your Challenge Janet box today. Ooh. Now, I've got 2 matrix boxes in today's show. They're the last in stock, and because they are, we're gonna do lowest price match. Now in here, this is your matrix box. If you haven't seen the matrix boxes before, it's basically the high grade gemstones that we look for. The think of gems of distinction, those strands. We look for in individual gemstones specific things. So for example, in ones we might look for clarity, in certain ones we might look for richness and saturation in hue. Depending on what we're looking for what attribute, for what gemstone, we'll find the highest grade that we possibly can, and then we'll give them a name of gems of distinction. These are generally put on a strand. However, very recently, we've been giving you the chance to own those high grade gemstones, those luxurious gemstones, but in a matrix box. The reason being, you're getting quality, but you're also getting variety in here. These are all your stunning rondelles. In this gemstone box, you have 8 different gems, 150 carats worth in total. Let's have a look at what we have in here. You've got your neon apatite in there. You've also got your white topaz. Look at the clarity on these topaz. That is serious fire in there, isn't there? These go gorgeous with that blue I've got later on. You've got also your multicoloured beryl in here. This is your sky blue apatite. I adore this colour. So bright. How well does that go with the neon as well? Just tones it down a little, doesn't it? Gorgeous. As well as this, you have got in here your rose quartz. You've also got your aquamarine, and can I point out how huge these aquamarine are? Look at the size of this. Whoa. Yes, it is the richest toned garnet around. It is your rosalite garnet in here as well. And finally, but by no means leastly, you've got your lavender coloured amethyst. Really beautiful hue on these. So, 150 carats worth you'll be getting in total. You'll definitely get a selection of those gemstones. Now, it's last in stock. I did a matrix box around 24 hours ago, and it was last in stock matrix box, as this is. We did lowest ever price, as this is, and it sold out within the time of the show. We strongly expect that this will do exactly the same, and particularly because these ones are rondelles. So that in itself is more appealing and more used by many, many people. Let's take a look at the price, shall we? £24.95 is a wonderful deal for gemstones this quality, of this variety and in this shape. But I cannot stress to you enough how fast you need to be on the phone now. Get yourself on the phone right now for me, please. Lowest price, it's not £25. Your price today is just £12.95 for you. Not £25, £12.95. 20 just went immediately. You've got so many of these goodies out here for you, but this is my last in stock chance. Seriously, you need to be on the phone right now. £12.95 for 150 carats of this serious quality. Think about this. How often do you see apatite on JewelleryMaker, even with us? How often do you see this neon apatite, or even sky blue? Rhodolite garnet, I have not seen rhodolite garnet strand in ages. Janet, what do you think of £12.95?
I think that's a crazy price. I should be at home now ordering a couple of them, shouldn't I? They're beautiful, they're really lovely. And I think what I'm going to do, I'm thinking of ideas already.
Are you?
Yes. So we're going to do something with them all together.
What I would suggest to you at home, please, is that you get them right now. Generally, with a challenge, we'll say, and we'll go over and have a little look, and that might give you more ideas, and then we'll give you a second chance to own it at the end of the show. Honestly, we might not get that chance to do it. When I go back to Janet at 4:45, by the looks of things, the price on this and the amount of people that are out there multi-buying, I might not be able to bring the product up for you again because it will be out. Please, I cannot encourage you enough to get this absolutely beautiful matrix box. Serious high quality we're talking about here. You've got the quality, you've got all of the desirable attributes you would want in these gemstones, specifically sourced for their stunning clarity and their richness in hue. Seriously rare gemstones in here. Neon apatite, rhodolite garnet, and it's your lowest ever price today, £12.95. At £25 its original price, you loved it and you got it, but at £12.95 for last in stock, this truly could be your last chance to get your hands on this right now. I cannot encourage you enough to get yourself on the phone lines, because when I go back over in an hour and 45 minutes, we may not be able to resell this. Please get your hands on it now. Half stock is gone. If you get on the phone right now, you'll be lucky to get one, but you might still. It's definitely worth a go. 100% worth a go. 0800 644 655. If you ring from a landline, it's completely free call. And if you're on the website, I cannot encourage you enough to check out right here, right now, because if you miss out, you really will be upset, because the price on this is spectacular. Janet, I'm going to hand this across to you now to have a little play with. Think of what are your ideas?
I want to use them all together.
Are you? That's very Dior, that is.
Sort of like a rainbow sort of effect. I don't know yet, but I know I'm going to put all the different colours together.
And what size ring am I, Janet?
N?
Yep. £12.95 is your price on that exceptional matrix box. Get your hands on it now whilst you can. Now, it's our under £10 hour. I've got so many goodies for you in this. It's going to be nice and fast paced, and don't forget I've got 2-star buys within this next hour, including that stunning topaz, so do stay with us. Whilst you're there, why don't I bring you one of my favourite tools? We've seen them used today already. These are your nylon jewelled pliers. Take a look at these for me. These are a wonderful tool for so many reasons. I'll get them out for you so you can have a little look. Now, nylon jewel pliers, actually, they went out of stock for a while, didn't they? We didn't have them in for ages, maybe even months, but they're back in stock right now. Let me talk you through what these are used for. So, these are your pliers. They have your comfort grip handle on them. So you can have a little see here that the handle on this, they're ergonomic, they have this wonderful squidge to them, so they're really easy to use if you do have dexterity problems. Now the pliers themselves, you might have heard us, myself and Janet before, using a very technical code word, the squidge. These are perfect for the squidge. If you are a wire worker, these are essential for keeping your pieces tight. Not only will these work harden, but they will also flatten. If you've been working with 0.25 wire for your weaving recently, because we've not had 0.4 in until today, if that is the case, you might be very used to seriously kinky wire. What we mean when we say kinky, it's not what you're thinking. When it loops on itself, sometimes it can get this zigzag pattern, which for love nor money, you can try and unbend it, unweave it, you cannot get it straight again. And it's so annoying because you've been weaving for 10, 15 minutes and then all of a sudden you've got this kink. And Janet, it's so hard to cover up a kink, isn't it? Yeah. It really is.
They're great for getting out kinks and bends and everything. Perfect for it.
All you have to do when that kink occurs is run these softly over it and the kink will be gone. Also, we used these a moment ago, didn't we, Janet, to squidge down a few of your pieces in the sewing. Why was that so important on your piece?
If you want to flatten it down, but you don't want to make sure that you don't mark the wire, then these are perfect for that. And if you're doing some intricate weaving as well, it's good to hold the piece with the nylon pliers as well, because you're not going to mark the piece. So it's got a multi-use.
Multi-functional. Yeah. And we've got some gorgeous chartreuse wire coming up for you in a little bit as well. And that's one that the colour can come off because they are colour coated. If you're too harsh, if you're doing it with your normal metal pliers, metal on metal, don't work well. Nylon on metal work much better, and the colour's less likely to come off, especially if you got your hands on that 0.4 Antiques bronze bundle a moment ago. You don't want the colour coming off on that, do you? So use these for a beautiful professional finish. Essential tool for new and existing wire workers. Get your hands on them for under a tenner today. They're just £4.95 is all you pay for these today. Honestly, if you are looking at creating some intricate weaves and you are wondering how to sort out kinks, how to work hard in your piece, these are perfect for it. These are also great, Janet. Do you use these for your Janet spiral sometimes?
Definitely.
Janet spiral, you've got to use them really, haven't you?
Essential for a Janet spiral.
Because Janet loves a good spiral, that's what I thought instantly of you. Because if you start off a spiral with your round nose pliers and then you hold it with your normal metal pliers, you can scratch the wire, some of the colour comes off, gives it a strange texture, doesn't it? But these...
Nothing with them, it's great. Perfect.
Nothing at all with these. £4.95 is one of those tools that if you haven't worked with it before, you might think, well, I'm all right actually with my normal pliers, I'm okay with them. It's one of those tools that until you try it, you don't realise what you're missing. Get these today for £4.95. If you're on the phone, stay exactly where you are. I have got a good quantity of these. People are multi-buying them. It doesn't surprise me at all. £4.95 today. I have got some so cute gemstones. I adore this size of gemstone because if you're anything like me, sometimes when you're wire wrapping, wire weaving, if you do get the dreaded kink in your weave, the perfect thing to do to add a little bit of something special, a little bit of bling to your piece, is to add on genuine gemstones in this 2mm size. We don't have 2mm on enough if you ask me, but we've got it here for you today in your stunning peridot. This is 8 carat 2mm faceted rounds. Aren't they superb? Peridot itself, it's got this stunning richness of colour. Because they're 2mm, I can't think of the last time I had 2mm and it was a week or so ago. Because they are 2mm, they are wonderful for working into your small wire. It's perfect for covering up any pieces. Perhaps you've got one of those designs that it just needs a little something else. You can't quite tell what it is, but it just needs a little something more. A lot of the time, you want gaps covering up, maybe you just want a little hint of something subtle, and peridot 2mm is the perfect way to sort that out. Do not think for a second that because these are 2mm, you won't be able to thread them onto anything. It is not the case at all. These 2mm, you can see they're already on their temporary thread. You could, of course, get these onto beading thread, definitely 0.25, and if I have a look at the end, I'm even questioning 0.4. Genuinely, the whole size in these is exceptional. Imagine these in your tiara techniques. Imagine doing, you know, your pearl hair vine that we do, your tiara technique pearl vine, with some of these just added in there as just a little nod to the springtime. 8 carat peridot faceted rounds, they're 2mm. Don't forget as well, because they're 2mm and they're faceted, think of the work that goes into these, because it's such a small surface area. Isn't that exquisite when you think of that? and the price is honestly something to enjoy. It's under £10, it's genuine peridot. Your price today is just £5.95. This is a multi-buy opportunity, and when you look at the length of the strand as well, this is a special piece. What would you do with these 2mm rounds, Janet?
They're beautiful, aren't they? I think, personally, I don't normally work with the smaller beads, but for those I'd make probably beady beads.
Yeah,
and make
perfect for that.
Beady bead earrings, maybe with a white pearl with them. I think that would look lovely.
I love that idea.
Yeah, I think a white pearl with them would look great.
And if you got that matrix box a moment ago,
Yes.
these would work beautifully, wouldn't they? It's a really strong hue from this peridot. One of the reasons so many people adore it. It's yours today for £5.95. We don't have enough 2mm gemstones in. It's your chance to get your hands on it now, way under a tenner, just £5.95. I'm going to go complete juxtaposition now. Complete juxtaposition. From tiny, beautiful, delicate gems to big, strong, strengthy, submetallic, egg-shaped pyrite. This is a really special strand. 175 carats worth you have here. This is 18 by 13 mil. That carat weight is exceptional. When we talk of carat weight, what we mean is the actual weight of the gemstone. It's not weighed in the normal sense. Normally when we weigh, if you're weighing in grams, it's around 5 grams to each one of these. So if you think of the weight of that, 795 carats, this is a special strand. We've had quite a lot of pyrite on at the moment, and a lot of it has been coated. I have got some coated coming up for you later on. It's a beautiful tone, but this one, it's the natural tone of pyrite. The shape is unusual as well. I adore pyrite. It's one of those gemstones that as soon as you touch it against your skin, you can feel that it's genuine. You can feel it's luxurious. It has that weight and it has that coolness against the skin. You know that it's a genuine gemstone. It's also stunning because it's a unisex gemstone, isn't it? Some gemstones, possibly due to the colour or the faceting, you might think more feminine or opposite way, more masculine. This is definitely unisex. You've got that beautiful tone. Mixed metallics are so in this season. I was having a look a moment ago. Obviously it's fashion week at the moment for autumn winter. I know, slightly sad, but autumn winter 2014, that's on right at this moment in time, London Fashion Week, and you've seen in them that there's a lot of really heavy duty gemstones and lots of metallic tones on the runways for this season. So it really is your chance to get your hands on it. 795 carats is a serious amount of weight here. When we talk about carat weight, it's something that even if you're not a jewellery connoisseur or perhaps a gem collector, everyone knows heavier carats, more luxury. Everyone knows, and you instantly think heavier carat, higher price. And why is that a great thing? Because if you have this on your stall and you're able to sell even just one piece that might be, say, 70 carats worth in one piece of jewellery, instantly people think, wow, that person knows what they're doing, where are they getting this from, and I'm expecting a big price. Bear that in mind when you take a look. 790 carats of pyrite, your price today is just £7.95, a penny per carat. You are getting some serious strength in here, some serious boldness, and they're these lovely egg shapes as well. Let me show you exactly. £7.95. I don't think I have ever said a penny per carat before. £7.95. £7.95 for you today. I've got loads of people multi-buying. Lots of people taking full advantage of this wonderful offer today. Give it a go with these, and because they're centre drilled as well, all you need is a head pin. You've got yourself a pair of earrings, you've got yourself a pendant. It's really simple to use and a stunning price. £7.95 is your price on this today. Got some real poppy colour here for you now, and this beautiful banded agate. I adore this pink tone of agate. This is your hot pink banded agate, and they're in your marquise shapes. Now I know that you absolutely adore the marquise shape at home. One of the things I really do enjoy about agate is the versatility and the difference in this. Have a look at these two. The banding within these is exceptional, but then when you move across to each, they're much more subtle, almost a watercolour hue going across these. Isn't that special? That's what's so wonderful about agate. If you're one of these people, say you're a bit of a mark of the world, you're one of those people who love symmetry, and you're trying to get away from it because perhaps not everyone likes symmetry and you want to tick loads of boxes for lots of people walking past your craft store, why don't you try and step out of your comfort zone with this strand? Because you've still got the symmetry there of the shape and the size all being the same on this strand. No graduation, it's all the same. But due to the natural aspects of agate, everyone is slightly different, everyone is slightly unique. So you can tick even more boxes. It's hot pink as well. How summery is that? Beautiful bright tones. Absolutely massive this year for spring summer collections to have these hot berry tones, really hot poppy colours. You'll see it in the high street more and more. We know what happens when companies such as House of Holland work with these very berry tones in blocks. That then seeps down into the high street, which will then mean that it comes very much more into the public's consciousness, which means that hopefully when you have this on your stall, people are going to be drawn into it. They know it's of the moment, they know it's of the season. The fact that you've got it, it's just going to spark their imagination. 165 carats. Should we take a look at your price? It's just £6.95 for you today for all of these goodies. You've got in here a really bright hot pinks, but also the beautiful white banding is exceptional as well. We've got people multi-buying these today. Do not forget, if you are multi-buying, every strand will be slightly different. It's just the way Mother Nature creates agate. Every strand will be slightly different, which is wonderful for your pieces. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 you have on here. £6.95 for 18 of those. 165 carats worth on these today. And if you're looking for a pop of colour to add to your designs, this is definitely the way to get that into your wardrobe. Imagine this, white shirts or maybe linen trousers, pop of pink. This is gonna really add a hit to your beautiful outfits. £6.95 for you. If you think that's a great deal, you're gonna be very excited for my star buy. Now, we talk about coated gemstones sometimes, don't we? And we always explain to you that they're not like a paint, we're not hiding anything. They're there just to beautify a gemstone. I don't think that could be any more true for this strand here for you today. Isn't that sumptuous? This is a teal colour coating. Now, when we talk about colour coating, we put one coating all over the gemstone. The way that this is banded in these different areas, you'll see some sections look green, some sections as I turn them go golden, you've got some blue hues in there as well. It's actually just the one coating over the top. It's just the natural hematite underneath, giving it this strength and tone and almost changing the colour externally of this coating. These are 9mm rounds and they're 450 carats worth. Look at how these work against the skin tone. I think this colour is so beautiful. Janet, what would you think of doing with these 9mm teal hematite?
I think they look great just on the wrist like that.
Yes.
You know, if you're starting out, just to put them on something that's like elastic, just a little
stretchy
stretchy,
elastic.
Perfect. Or you could wrap them, wire wrap them and make a nice cuff with them. There's a lot you could do with them, but they look so pretty like that.
They do, don't they? Yeah. Imagine these macrame'd with all different cords. Yes. Because obviously whatever you pair this with, if you are working with different colour cords, if you say had a yellow, it's going to make the yellow and the gold in here look stronger, or if you mixed it with the blue, then the same. It's really going to alter the appearance of it. So this is macrame as well. It'll be stunning. In fact, actually, Janet, what about with that chartreuse wire we've got in your next bundle?
With that.
Wouldn't that look stunning? Yeah. Now, this is 450 carats worth, seriously lengthy strand here. And you've got such a mixture of tones within them. Because it's hematite as well, you have got the strength and the boldness. Imagine these as a pair of cufflinks. Imagine them as a pair of cufflinks. 40 centimetres my strand is. I told you it was long. Of course it's carat weight, so yours might be different. My strand is 40 centimetres. And if you think our strands are 30 centimetres, sometimes our average strand is 28 centimetres or 30 centimetres. That's our average strand, between 28 and 30. Mine, 40 centimetres. So you are getting extra on this strand. 450 carats worth. It's your teal colour coated hematite. It's our star buy today because we pick pieces out as to be a star buy, don't we? This is your star buy today for a reason. A, because it is beautiful, and producer Kirsty, or I, got drawn to it. You know, she's like, she's a bit of a magpie, isn't she? Or I was drawn to this beautiful tone. But the other reason it's our star buy is because it is low in stock. So we want to give you the chance to own this today, possibly for the last chance. Now, this is our under £10 section, but we're now in our star buy. Surely we can't do this for under £10. 450 carats, 40 centimetre-ish strands, £5.95. Serious carat weight, huge size, beautiful coating. I've not personally seen this coating on hematite or pyrite or anything metallic before. This colourway is absolutely exceptional. As I'm spinning them, can you just see the gold change and almost melt into the blue? You know, almost that diesel type effect. It's stunning, beautiful mix of tones in here. £5.95. I've got plenty of people on the phone purchasing this. I'm sure a few of you are buying 2 or 3 strands as well, aren't you? This is one of those examples of when you're adding a coating, we're not covering anything. Sometimes I say to you, don't I, we're not covering anything, we're not putting a paint on because you can still see through them. Yes, you can't see through this gem, of course though, because it is pyrite. However, hematite, sorry. However, what we are doing is because we're adding this coating, we're just beautifying the natural gemstone. We're bringing you something that Mother Nature cannot bring to you. Mother Nature doesn't do this teal coloured hematite. We're just adding something different. It's still as reflective as natural hematite. It's still got that submetallic lustre to it that we have of the beautiful hematite. But it's just something that you can get your hands on. £5.95 for you today on this stunning strand. And you know what's great on this as well? Because it's hematite and because it's coated, it's not something that all of your friends might know or all of your friends might have. It's your chance to have something a little bit different for just £5.95. If you are happy with this, get your hands on it now, but please stay tuned because I am so excited to bring you genuine, natural blue topaz. This is coming up at the end of the hour. It's my next star buy for you. I am excited to do that. Oh my gosh. So, little queue on the phone, but we will be with you. Let's get back into our under £10. Where are we heading, Kirst? Let's do some magnesite. Do you know what this makes me think? They're regular slabs of magnesite, sort of Art Deco-y, really strong shapes, really high carat weight. And don't forget, this is going to be under £10 today. Now, because it's 400 carats worth here, these slabs are seriously large. However, the interesting thing with these slabs, if you look, is they're all relatively thin in size. That's a great thing. That means that although you've got the hefty shape, you've actually still got the delicate, it's not too weighty, it's not too harsh. Another thing I love with this strand is, have you noticed the spacers? You know, we had spacer beans. Genuine magnesite. We've used magnesite as a spacer on this. Just for a bit of, I think we're showing off. If I'm honest, I think we're showing off with this strand. You've got the huge slabs here, and then they're mixed with these delicate, perfect round magnesite. So although you're getting the slabs, you've also got, I would guess these are approximately 4 mil, the rounds themselves, the spacers. It is magnesite. You've got this beautiful internal matrix just darting across here. Every single one of these completely individual. It is almost like a marble effect across the gemstone. You're absolutely right, Kirsty. They are sized from around 18 by 6 all the way to 35 by 26. All really unique pendants. Could you imagine doing like a, you know, a boho style, very natural? These would be perfect for that. Janet, what would you think of doing with this strand?
Like you say, you could do sort of a long necklace as well. That would look really good with them. Or you could sort of split them and have, like you mentioned, Art Deco.
Yeah.
Wrap them maybe with some black wire or silver wire. Make a deco pendant,
yeah,
and earrings. And having the spacer beads in the same gemstone as well, that just adds to it.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really does, because imagine doing those, taking out the rounds and maybe doing a cluster around each one of these.
Yeah, look great.
This is a stunning, beautiful strand for you. Let's get your pricing, shall we? £5.45 for you today. You've got, on mine, you've got 11 of these huge slabs, and you've got 10 of the small spacers. So essentially in here, you're getting around 21 pieces of genuine magnesite. The carat weight is way up there, 400 carats worth, but the price is way down there, £5.45. Plenty of people multi-buying this. You've clearly got some ideas in mind with this. Me, myself and I, oh, what am I gonna make, I wonder? A ring. T-bar ring. See this as a T-bar ring? So you have your 2 loops through here as a T-bar ring. Perfect size for it, but also a little bit funky because of the shape. That with some wire, it's screaming out for me. £5.45 is your price on this today. Let's bring you another fantastic deal in our under £10. You are on the line. We will be with you. Stay where you are. You are answered in order, so we will be with you. Just stay on the phones. Clear crackled quartz. Quartz to me is the chameleon of the gemstone world. It really is. And because this has the crackled effect, it adds a little bit something extra to that. It's your 11 mil. Again, we're working with these odd sized gemstones now, purely on your request. You guys at home were calling in, letting us know, asking us, can we have these odd sizes? Yeah, we've brought them in for you. 310 carats worth you have of your clear crackled quartz. Now, the wonderful thing with these is because they're crackled, it's very simply by heating them, and in the internal structure of these gemstones changes. Gives it this wonderful, almost mini disco ball effect on the inside, doesn't it? The reason I say that this is almost your chameleon of the gemstone world is because depending on what you pair with this, it actually gives a different feel. So if I have a look, for example, popping these large ones behind, can you see the clear colour as I move them across, just shimmering through? And a lovely thing about this as well is because it's got this lovely internal crackled like effect, it almost catches the light and stores it within there, doesn't it? 310 carats worth here. They're your 11 mil rounds, total staple if you're a jewellery maker. You know, you always have this in your stash. Why? Because it goes with everything. If this was an item of clothing, it'd be, well, what? Your little black dress, your pair of jeans, your nice white shirts. It's your staple, your go-to piece. For me, it'd be my heels. It's your go-to piece. Let's give you a go-to price. Under £10, £5.95 is your price on this today. Get your hands on it whilst you can. Top up your stash. Get this in your stash, because the lovely thing is sometimes I think, if you're anything like me anyway, sometimes I'll be in a mood to make something a little bit girly and a little bit pink and purple, or sometimes I'll be in the mood to make something quite chunky and bold with really dark, strong colours. No matter what mood you're in, clear quartz is always going to fit in there, isn't it? Of course it is. It's £5.95, it's a complete staple and it's a great price today, 11 mil rounds. Ooh. This strand. Oh my goodness, there's so many on here that I really want. This is your coffee agate, and wow. Excuse me, what did you just say? Oh my goodness. I've just heard the price. Ladies and gentlemen at home. Okay. It's coffee agate, which we don't have on often. It's faceted, which is stunning. They're massive, 12 mil. And can I just show you some of my favourites? Look at this one. The banding is overtaking everything on this one. You've got all these coffee tones. Think of your espresso, your latte, your cappuccino. Look, this one as well. Each one of these completely individual. Your eyes get drawn to the faceting, and then your eyes stay for this internal pattern. Honestly, just do it. Just get on the phone now. If you're looking at spending, okay, size, length, 360 carat, unusual gemstone, coffee agate, faceted, huge, 12 mil, all individual. How about, honestly, how about under £6? By a lot. Get on the phone please right now. 12 mil rounds, big gemstones, absolutely gorgeous blend of colour in here. Let's take a look at your price. I cannot believe this strand is actually this price. £3.95. You're right there, Janet. Do you need a chair?
You said 6 something.
I said under 6.
Right, yeah, I didn't think that far under 6. Wow.
Isn't that?
That's amazing.
Dumbstruck is what I can say. £3.95. Huge influx of people on the phone. Huge influx. And I'm not surprised at all. I will tell you the honest truth, and I've said this before recently actually, everyone has their favourite gemstones, don't they? And there's some that you don't love that much generally. Agate's one of those that I'm a bit like, I'm not actually sure agate is totally the one for me, just for what I like. However, if I was at home now, promise you, even I'd be on the phone for this, £3.95. I've just had an interesting fact from my gorgeous producer. She's got a screen up in front. She's got a screen up in front of her. She said, I've never said this before, but there are more people multi-buying this strand than there are individual people buying it.
It's not surprising.
Over half of my stock has gone on this, way over half of my stock. Not a lot left now at all. There is a very short queue, we will be with you. It's worth it for £3.95. Honestly, get your hands on this strand, because also there are some in here with some stunning, almost art-like, modern art flashes across them. But also, if you are one of these people who just likes your flat ones, look, this one I've got here is completely jet, just all the way over, just a gorgeous sparkling gemstone. The variation you have on this strand is stunning. Stunning. £3.95 on this exceptional strand for you today. It's beautifully faceted, all hand done. Do you know what I love about this as well? If I just watch these, I spin them slowly. It's almost mesmerising, isn't it? And then your eye kind of catches now and again with the flash. But then if I do it quickly, look at the seductive sparkle of these. Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds you of walking down a red carpet and the paparazzi going, isn't it? That's what it feels like with this faceting. It's absolutely beautiful. Not that I know what it feels like to be walking down a red carpet or being papped, but that's what I imagine it feels like. That's what it feels like. Right, you ready? Right, wait, who is it? Who's walking down, I don't know, a nobody, and then all of a sudden you've got these on your necklace and you're walking down the red carpet and then the paparazzi's going crazy! £3.95 for you on this today. Approaching single figures, you need to be fast. It is a lengthy strand. Yet again, I'm going to measure this strand as well, you know, because that does not look 30 cm to me. It's not. I'll show you my ruler next to it. 30 centimetres. Look at this extra. Of course, yours might be a bit different, but I doubt it will be, because they're all 12 mil and it's 360. It might be a bit different, but what, 35? Or like 40 centimetres strand. What's with all this cracking length on this as well? Oh, we're going to have to take this off because it's going to be a sellout. Oh, it is going to. Oh, seriously low. That's got to go now. It's going to be a sellout. If you're on the line, stay exactly where you are. I cannot believe the price on that. This is coming up really soon. Star buy coming up very soon. This is going to be a fab offer. It's a star buy coming up, blue topaz. Stay where you are on the line for that agate. We will be with you, definitely. You will be answering order. Check out right now though, please, because you really do need to get your hands on that. And if you don't check out, it will be taken, definitely. Take a little look at this strand of Pyrite for me. I love the faceting on this. I've got some chartreuse wire coming up for you in a little bit. And this would go beautifully with that, wouldn't it? 400 carats worth of your faceted tubes here. So let's have a little look at the faceting shapes. You can see that there's the rectangles spanning across each. You see? How the rectangles are just spanning across. I absolutely love Pyrite. One of the reasons is, to me, it's similar to amber in the way it looks. So can you see, if we have a look at the separate ones, can you see these dark jets? Now these sections here, they're not actually on the surface, they're all encapsulated within, a little bit like amber. When you get pieces trapped in amber, you know, pieces of nature, it's got that feeling to it. And can I show you this one as well? Look at this one. This one looks like a leaf. I can actually see the veining in this. It looks exactly like that to me. Now this would be beautiful with that chartreuse wire I've got coming up for you later on. Faceted tubes is a rarity, real rarity. And because of that, let's have a little bit of a think up, shall we? If you're not used to seeing them, you might be thinking, what would I do with those? Janet, what would you do with this beautiful tube-shaped Pyrite?
Well, I think they're perfect for earrings because of the shape, and when they move, they'd catch the light with those facets on them.
Yeah.
But also, you could do a necklace and have those as a drop, and perhaps have some chain sort of cascading from the bottom of them.
Yes.
So that'd be lovely as well.
I think that's a really good idea, because you'd want something with movement to these, wouldn't you? Because there's so many interesting things going on internally within there. You really would. Shall we get your pricing on these? Because they're a hefty size, 14 by 10 mil, and I've got plenty of people on the phone. £7.95 is your price. Genuine pre-night. You know what? We don't have pre-night on that often either, do we? £7.95, and look at that carat weight. We have done serious carat weights today. And did you get these earlier? Did you get the peridot, the 2 mil peridot? Imagine if you were to do a pair of earrings, just one slab, and then maybe just 3 popped above as a drop earring. This is stunning idea on that. Oh, and what about, yeah, those as well. Black agate discos, overlap disc ovals. Can we do this in a minute, please? Oh, we're going to do them next. Great. £7.95 for you on this pre-night today. A whopping 400 carats. I told you we wouldn't let you down today. Let's do my disc ovals. I don't know what it is, Kirsty. Disco ovals. D-I-S-C, like that. Oh. Why disco? Look at the way these are drilled. Let me just pop this on as a bracelet. These are drilled at a slight angle, and that means that they have this beautiful ability to overlap slightly. 160 carats worth, and these ovals are drilled in a really unusual manner. If I show you the end one here, you should be able to see. We'd usually drill in an oval horizontally, but can you see that this is actually at an angle and right through the middle? So the drill hole starts over here and ends over here, which means you get this overlaying effect. Black agate, because it's black as well, again, it's a staple, isn't it? It's an essential for the stash. 160 carats worth. 12 by 10 mil. Imagine these just on a stretchy. If you are brand new to jewellery making and you're not really sure where to start, or perhaps you just want a bit of a quick fix, let's face it, sometimes we just want a bit of a quick fix, don't we? This on a piece of elastic as a bracelet, you're completely done, because they already overlay. They have this beautiful undulating effect on these. It's stunning. 12 by 10 mil for a complete stash essential. Let's take a look at your price. £7.45. Now, Kirsty, can I ask you something? Have you been like in the vaults just with your ruler going, no, I don't want that if it's under 30? Because this again looks over 30 to me, and it is. Kirsty says she's been trying to find some really unusual strands, and that's why we've got a second luxury for less hour coming up today. It is, again, it's way over 30 centimetre strand. This is an exceptional purchase. Can you imagine this is a choker as well?
Imagine it with the peridot in between.
A little peridot.
One of the little peridots in between each one.
See his little choker, how cute's that? Oh yes, because they all overlay. Ooh, very elegant. Very elegant. £7.45. It's a cracking price as well, isn't it? Treat yourself to it today. I've got some beautiful picture jasper now. So I said that if you look at it close enough, you can see pictures of the past in there. And I totally understand why people believe that. Because it's got almost this antiquity colouring to it. It's got these sand dune toners, and they're very scenic as well, aren't they? They are top drilled as well, and they are in the drop shape, but the drops are quite unusual. They're flattened off at the top. Makes them really wearable, doesn't it? These are 106 carats worth here. Can you imagine one of those little matrix rondelles just perched on top of here? Because it would lie perfectly flat, wouldn't it? That would be really nice. Picture jasper is something that has been really popular over the last couple of weeks, possibly because it's the colour tone that we're going into for this season. Looking at these beautiful neutral tones, that's exactly what we're going to be getting with this, something really in vogue at the moment. If I hold these out for you as well, you'll be able to see the way they lie. Imagine this against a neckline. Because you've got the neutral tones and because you've got the nice sand tones to it as well, it's the type of gemstone that, say you've got a few gemstones in your stash that are really powerful, really poppy. Maybe, do you know what, a bit too poppy for your liking. Maybe you like a bit of a calmer colour palette. If you have any of those in your stash, mix them in with these, and naturally, due to the tone of the gemstones, it will take a lot of the heat and the colour out of the gemstones. It will tone those down a little bit. So this could be a great way to maybe cure any of your super neon bright gemstones that you want to cool down. Pop them with this strand and it's done for you. Did you get hold of that wire bundle? You know, the antiques bronze wire that we had, the 100 meters of 1 mil and the 100 meters of, drumroll, 0.4, it was back in today. Have we got any left? You bought the 1 mil and you got the 0.4 100 meters for £2. How great. If you got that, strongly suggest you get this. Call the call centre, we might have a couple left of those, we're not sure, but if you did, truly get your hands on this. Imagine this with those beautiful antiques bronze colourway. Let's have a look at your price. Let's take a look at your price. £4.95 for you today. You could buy 2 of these for under £10, and I strongly suggest that you do 160 carats. It's beautiful picture jasper, and it's such a great deal. 2 for under 10. I think that's a cracking price, definitely. If you are looking for another cracking price on a cracking gemstone, it's time for my star buy. These are your blue plain rondelle topaz. Now, topaz itself is a heat treated gemstone. It's completely fine to heat treat the gemstone, because for it to be coloured in a blue way naturally is extremely rare, especially with blue. London blue topaz, when you think of that, that is heated topaz. It doesn't come that naturally. So blue topaz it's fine to be colour treated. It's completely acceptable because blue topaz naturally is so rare. Because if you think about it, with a temperature change of around 2 degrees, it'll go from either really clear to a really dark dusty colour. We don't use those ones. So literally like a 2-degree heat change by Mother Nature, that's a phenomenon, isn't it? That just doesn't happen. That's so rare of a phenomenon. So colour heating is totally fine. Natural is too luxurious, too unusual and too rare to expect on a strand, isn't it? Totally natural blue topaz. This has come out of the ground in this blue colour. We haven't heated this, we haven't warmed it, we haven't messed with this gemstone at all. This is from Mother Nature completely. 95 carats worth of this beautiful topaz. The colour itself is really delicate hue, almost almost a sky-like tone on this. Okay, blue topaz, I'm going to have to be quick on this. I'm going to have to be really quick on this. Please get yourself on the phone right now. The clarity is exceptional. The hue is a beautiful light blue. This is completely natural blue topaz. I'm pretty sure I'm safe to say I've never brought you natural blue topaz before. £11.95 for natural blue topaz, 95 carats worth. That is so exciting. I can't believe I'm able to bring you natural blue topaz anyway, let alone for £11.95. That is something so special. This is a complete phenomenon. This has come out of the ground, it's been polished, and that's pretty much it. We're bringing it to you. We haven't added anything, we haven't filled it. I'm going to have to leave it with you over this break though, because there's so many of you on the phone for that. I'm not surprised. Everyone knows the name topaz, and to say that you're working with it is exceptional for a wonderful prize. Stay on the lines. I will see you after this really short break.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker. If you have a question or query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com. JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information. JewelleryMaker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium, so wherever you are in the world, JewelleryMaker are never far away.
Our commitment here at JewelleryMaker is to provide you with genuine gemstones. Many places might not be able to do that, but we want to guarantee it. So how do we do it? We go to the laboratories and we get tests. We have our own in-house gemologists that can guarantee that when we say genuine gemstones, that's exactly what you're getting.
Tune into JewelleryMaker every day at 5 p.m. from Miss It, Miss Out show, where we'll have 4 hours of jam-packed deals, including clearance offers, end of line, last in stock and low, low prices. The Miss It, Miss Out show, only on JewelleryMaker.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Designer Inspirations. My name's Becky and very shortly we will be heading over to the lovely Janet. Janet, can you give me a brief description of this piece that you've created today?
Okay, because we've got the chartreuse wire, I just wanted to get something sort of spring and summer like, so I thought leaves would do some sort of based on the leaf design. So the main piece that we're going to demo is a leaf.
with the gemstones sort of cascading off that really. So it was the leaf technique that I wanted to sort of carry through, the leaf design I wanted to carry through all of the designs.
And you most certainly have. We will be heading over for Janet to go through that kit in a moment. However, we're going to do what we did from a previous designer inspiration. We're going to do the wire first, just in case you've got those essentials at home, and then we'll do the gemstones separately. I just want to give you the last chance to own the topaz, because so many of you came on the phones at once that when we went to the break, we just didn't have enough time to tell you all about it and talk you all through it. 95 carats worth of blue topaz. I've already said earlier on, this strand is absolutely stunning. The blue is almost a sky blue. It's totally eye clear. These are beautiful rondelles, and they are 100% natural. This hasn't been heated, this hasn't been filled, it's completely natural. It's a total rarity in the natural world for Mother Nature to give us blue topaz. When you think of London blue topaz, even that's not natural. There's no such thing as London blue natural topaz. That has to be heated to give it the blue. But these ones are totally natural. This is serious rarity we're talking about here. £11.95. It's such a special strand, and the thing is, everyone knows the name topaz, don't they? If you have something like this on your strand, or say you've got a few commissions coming up, it's wedding season soon, isn't it? For you to be able to give someone the chance to have topaz in their pieces, instantly that makes people put their trust in you. The fact that you can work with and create pieces with genuine topaz, instantly in their subconscious, because they know the name of topaz and because they think, well, topaz, you might think Cartier, Dior, you're thinking of all these big names. The fact that you can work with totally natural, not enhanced at all, blue topaz, already they're gonna put their trust in you. This was yours for £11.95 today. It's your last chance to purchase. Get your hands whilst you can. So I've got for you now, we're going to do the designer inspiration kit. What we're going to do is we'll head over to Janet in a moment to talk through and look at her beautiful designs. I'll bring you the gemstones later on, but first I'm going to bring you the wire. In here you've got 100 meters of your 1mm and 100 meters of your 0.25 in chartreuse. This wonderful springtime green colour. This is what we are going to create these lovely leaf vine-like effects with in this piece. Now, they are both 100mm. Don't let the sizes put you off, purely because 0.25 is a thinner gauge, you're able to get it into a smaller space. This one is your 1mm, but they're both 100 meters. 200 meters in total. Shall we take a little look at your web price? £37.90, because it's 100 meters of 1mm, one of our biggest gauges, one of our strongest, sturdiest, a lot of metal in there, and also 100 meters of your 0.25. We're not staying anywhere near that price. We're not staying anywhere near that. £37.90 is not your price today. Now, the 1mm, because it's strong, because it's strengthy, because it's structural, we know 1mm, we're happy with 1mm. I'll be completely honest with you. We had a workshop on the other day, last week, and it was, Laura Binding was running it. And we were all talking in the workshop about 0.25, and I said, it's my favourite. It's my favourite gauge. People just couldn't really understand it. People aren't really sure what to do with it. 0.25 is outright my favourite. Number one, it's so malleable. Number two, because it is so thin. If you are using to sew in, it hides itself perfectly. It's great as well if you're anything like me. Bit messy craft cupboard. Sometimes it comes off the reel, doesn't it? And it turns out and you get these spirally edges and they're all kinked and they're everywhere and they've unravelled. All you have to do with 0.25, get it in your hands, squirrel it up into a little ball, a bit like a wool ball, spread it out, and you've got there a basis of a beautiful, almost sponge sugar wrapped bib or cuff. It's so easy to work with. like the technique that you did earlier with the 0.4 as well, you can use this for, can't you?
You could do that in the pendant that we wrapped the 0.4
in
you
half.
could easily do that sort of bird's nest
yes.
Design and sew that in exactly the same way.
Definitely,
yep.
To give it a really nice bright pop of colour. It's the beautiful spring tones. It's nowhere near £37.90 today. Your price on this is just, it's special. 200 metres is just £27.95. That is a serious deal for you today. We're giving you the 0.25 for free because the 1 mil is £27.95. You're getting 100 metres of green, beautiful chartreuse wire for free. £27.95 is your price on this today. You're getting that for free. This is free. When do you get ever 100 metres worth of anything for free? £27.95. When do you get free things now? When do you ever do that? Buy this, get 100 metres for absolutely free. There are people on the phone right now, not surprised at all. Stay where you are. I will bring the gemstones to you shortly, but you've got 200 metres worth here. It's well worth the purchase. I'll bring it with me. And come on, Wire. £27.95. You buy this, you get this free. This is us wanting you to really get into wire, have a go at it, have a start of it. But also, we're doing this price on this for you so that at home, if you haven't worked with chartreuse colour before, perhaps you're just used to the standard tones, your golds, your silvers, etc. It's a nice way for you to just get started and branch out. And because it's green, it's Mother Nature's colour. So you can create these beautiful leaf-like shapes and it will go with anything. Get your hands on it today, £27.95 for you. Have a look at that beautiful necklace. We are going to be seeing how to create this today, aren't we?
It's quite gem heavy, but I think having the leaf there, that breaks up that heaviness.
I think you're right.
And I think with the 0.25 you can do the weaving on there as little or as much as you want really. You can have a full, fully woven, or you can, just do a few little bits in there. So
I like that you've just done a little bit. You've almost just done a nod to the weave, haven't you? Yeah. But you're right, it does sort of break the piece up a little bit, doesn't it? Now, I need to let you know something at home. Because we are giving you the 1 mil, 100 metres, and you're getting the 0.25 mil for free, this is officially limited edition offer. This at 9 o'clock will go right back up in price. I've got 50% of my stock gone, and I brought this to you, 7 minutes ago? £27.95. You buy this, you get this free. It's your chance to give it a go. And look at the other wonderful pieces Janet's created. I also love this one. Described it earlier as a palm tree leaves a little bit, isn't it?
I wasn't quite sure where I was going to go with it, so I started off with the leaf shape and then thought I'll turn it into a bracelet, and then thought no, I'll add a few more, and it just turned into, it just evolved.
It's beautiful. You can see exactly how Janet has worked these beautiful green wire into everything. Look how simple that piece is. But it's so stunning. I've already got my name on something. I'm in love. But this just goes to show how well this colour wire can work with any gemstone. It's almost, look at this, can you see? Isn't it almost, do you know the Jetsons? Do you remember the Jetsons? Yes. Doesn't it look like something someone in the Jetsons would wear? Doesn't it? It's almost futuristic. I absolutely love this. Get your hands on this beautiful wire today. 200 metres for the price of 100 metres. You buy one, you get one free today. £27.95 for you. So, where are we going to start off with this lovely necklace design?
Okay, we're going to start off with the leaf and make the leaf. And the leaf is all done in one, the frame is all done in one section. And then the vine of the leaf then goes up the neckline. So we'll start with that first. So if we take a piece of the 1 mil, and again, I don't, as you know, I don't measure. What we're looking at achieving is this shape. So what I'll do is I'll take a length of wire.
It looks around, is that around 60, almost a metre, yeah.
So take a piece of that, and then what I do, I love my templates. I know some people do things freehand, but I just find it easy if I draw something out to work around. So I drew this little basic shape, and for me it's just an easier way, and I've done this before, and it's just an easier way for me to work, really. But other people might have a different technique, a different way of doing things. So take the wire. What we need to do is leave a piece maybe about 9 inches on the end. So start about 9 or 10 inches in, because we need this piece here to go wind along the gemstones. So if we just take it, start on the template, and then bend that around. This is how I did it, but again, if somebody wants to do that freehand, you know, that's fine to do that.
Is it all right if we maybe take a picture of this later on and then we can put it on our Facebook page? Because then what you can do at home is you can actually print it off, and then if you wanted it bigger, I suppose you could make it larger, couldn't you, before you printed it, or smaller? So we'll get this on the JewelleryMaker Facebook page for you so you can follow it around like this.
That's fine. So you just follow that round. When you get to a point here, just hold in your pliers and pull that back. And what we need to do is sort of make that bend the other way. So, oh, sorry, if I try and do it down here. If we hold the pliers in there, we'll do it against the wire actually, you probably see it better. And then just kink that back, kink the wire back, and then you get that shape. So hold that onto the template again. Put your pliers back in where you want to bend it round. And you want quite a tight bend here, so it's a bit, you need a bit of space
to do it. But then you just keep popping it back on the template.
And that's simply all it is. So close that up a little way, follow that round, hold it again, bend it around, find the point where you want to make your next leaf. Do that, hold that in and kink it back that way. So there you go.
And each time you've done a section, you're just bringing it back to the template just to make sure you're in the right direction. Just to make sure that you're in that right direction. And so that is simply all you do. Follow that around until you get back to the starting point here. And then once you have done that, you end up with this, don't you?
That's right.
So this is the shape we'll end up with after you've gone around the template. So of course, if you have got any other leaf shapes that you're interested in doing, then you absolutely can. What about an acorn one? Those are nice leaves, aren't they?
Well, that's
or an oak tree, or
I think if you can draw the shape, or you can get the shape, you know, print it off or do something. You can, or you've got an image in a book or something. Yeah. Just work around that. You can do whatever. Idea. So when you get to this stage, you've gone all the way around your leaf design. This is the longer section that's going to weave up the neckline. So what we do is find sort of a point that we're happy with the leaf. So find a point, find the centre point there, put your pliers in and just kink that back. Okay. So now this is going to form the part that goes along the neckline. Bring this round and then find the sort of centre point, or wherever it doesn't have to be sort of exact. So if you're happy with that sort of shape, and take the wire, wrap it around the back of that section there. There you go. Just loop it around.
Yeah.
And then wrap that around. If you hold that piece there, wrap it around, and wrap it so that it comes to the back. Wrap it around a couple of times just so that it looks neat. Sometimes it's easy to turn the piece rather than the wire. If we pull that back up, there we go.
I see.
So we got to that section there. then that's a little bit long, and what we're looking to do now is create a loop that we're going to put the beading thread on to add the necklace. So if you just snip that off, take the round nose pliers and make a loop. So just put that in. Now it will overlap, so that's fine. So we're not looking at a spiral now, we're looking at a loop.
A loop, I see. So overlapping's fine.
Overlapping's fine at this section.
So opposed to the wire being next to each other like in a spiral, it's actually on top of each other, so it's creating an eye hole shape essentially, isn't it?
That's right. So we need something to secure the beading thread to, so we're just looking at a loop.
I see.
So you've got a little loop there.
I can see, yeah.
So we're going to attach the beading thread to that. That's where the one section of the necklace will come from.
Okay.
So now we've got that shape. If we kick that back, that'll stop that from moving too much. Right, so now what we're looking at doing, that's actually a little bit off shape. I've pulled this in a bit too much, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
So now what we're looking at doing is making the vines, the veins of the leaf.
In the centre of the leaf.
So what I did is I created these little sections.
And this is with your 1mm wire?
This is still with the 1mm.
Okay.
And I created these little sections that go together, sort of in that format.
Oh, so these are all separate pieces?
Yeah.
But you've just linked them so that they almost interjoin with each other?
So what I did is I shaped them and then sort of got the leaf and thought, you know, will they fit in there? So I did actually make it to fit that leaf, but because I've tightened it up a bit, it probably won't fit in, but we can close them up.
But again, maybe once you could actually add it to your own template, couldn't you, maybe, and follow those around?
That's right.
Really manageable way to do it if you're new to wirework, because it's done in sections, you've not done all the veins in one. Really simple way to do it.
That's an easy way to do things, is to break things down into sections and then just assemble them. Yeah. And I think it just takes the mystery out of things then. You know, and it's good to have a bit of mystery with some certain things that you do, but in this instance I think it's nice to sort of have things that are nice and clear.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So to make these little pieces, as you said before, what you could do is get the template and measure sort of where you need to go. Yeah. But as you know what I'm like, measuring's not my strong point.
Just not your forte.
It's not my thing really. So what I did do is roughly worked it out, but you take a piece of wire, just put your pliers in and bend it back, and then try and close this up because we want this quite tight. So just squeeze that in a little bit, snip that off, and then what I did, this is how I did it, but like you say, someone could actually work it out and do it their own way. Pull that back and just open them out. So we've got that little section, and that one we can kink back a bit, so that would be the first section there.
I can see.
So that would be your first section.
Yeah.
And you need a little bit of wire at each end to create your little loop. I think that's probably going to be a little bit long, so what I will do is just cut off a tiny bit off the end, then take the round nose pliers and loop those back, so you've got that.
A little eye shape.
Sorry, there you go.
Yeah.
And I'll do the same to the other side. There you go, so you've got that shape. And then what I did is I just kept going back to the template to make sure that it fitted in. If it doesn't fit in, just kink it maybe a little bit more. There you go. And then what you need to do then is just do that for all of them really, and just make sure that you've got, there you go. So then that will be your first one that you'll fit on, and then the next one, what I would do is then just do another one to fit in there. The next one will fit there.
I see.
Until you've got enough really to sort of fill in
the whole of your lovely leaf.
And then what I did is I did those, and then just hold the leaf over just to make sure they fit in. Yeah. And then start sort of attaching them. So again, I'll close this one up a bit more because I've closed that leaf up a bit too much.
So you just do them so that they fit in nicely?
Just so that that will fit into there. And of course, because at this stage this leaf is still, you know, you can move that around or
just to shape it as you would like.
As you would want it really.
So I want to let you know at home that I've got a third of my stock on this left. This is seriously limited edition because you're buying this 100 meters of 1 mil. It's your structural, it's your strand. It's what we've been using so far to create the actual shape of this beautiful leaf and the veining inside. You're buying this and you're getting 100 meters of your 025 for absolutely free. We're going to have a look at how this is used in a moment. It's used to create this beautiful little weaving pattern that we have. We're going to have a look at this step by step in a moment. But you buy the 1 mil structural, you get your weaving wire 025 beautiful chartreuse for absolutely nothing. It's totally free, but it's only for today until 9 o'clock. After that, you're going to have to pay for both of them separately. Right now, you're only buying one technically, but you're getting two in the post, £27.95. And what I would say to you at home as well is at the bottom of the screen now you'll be able to see your nylon jeweled pliers. Imperative for this, back in stock for you. We'll see how they're used shortly, but with the coloured wires such as this, if you are going to risk creating these beautiful loops, scratching them with your metal jawed pliers when you're nearly at the end of your beautiful design, it's heart-wrenching. It truly is. Don't risk it. Don't risk scratching, don't risk seeing the metal underneath come through. You want this gorgeous green hue, and the way you can make sure you're gonna get that is by using your nylon jawed pliers. Really beautiful item, £4.95 for you today. Last chance to purchase this for me. 100 meters of 1 mil, 100 meters of 025, the 025 itself, free. Treat yourself today, please. So we're going to start using the 025 now, aren't we, Janet?
Yeah. So when you've got all your pieces together that are going to fit into here and create the vines of the leaf, take a piece of the 0.25, start at the top and just wrap a little section onto the top section there, just to secure that. There you go. And it's really easy to work with as well, the 0.25.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's my favourite gauge by far.
It is.
It's so malleable, and if you haven't used wire before, it's a great way to teach you how to weave, really, isn't it?
Because it's easy to do and you haven't got to put too much pressure on anything. Yeah. It's a good way to start.
Yeah, it is.
So what we do then is once that's attached to the top of the leaf, then get your first section and just pop that there and simply wrap that. And again, it's not, there's no mystery to it. It's breaking the design down into sections, and you know, just getting all your components ready together and then assembling. It's like making a cake, which I can't do, because I'm no good at baking. But you know what I mean.
We get the idea.
It's like cooking. You get your ingredients together and then go. So,
put it all together.
Yeah. So there's the middle section secured there. Then what I would do quickly is just take off a piece of 0.25 again and secure this little looped section to the frame.
And is this a permanent feature?
Yes. Yeah.
So you want to make it quite neat, it's not just anchored?
No. So what I would do is start off by just wrapping, pull that through a bit more, wrapping on this side a little bit, just a couple of wraps here on the one side. There you go. And then, that's it, and then through the loop, you can see that.
Yeah.
There you go. And then pull that and you'll see that pulls that against the frame.
I see, so it's just keeping that nicely in place, isn't it?
And
against building the strength up too, isn't it?
So you could do that sort of 4 or 5 times just to make sure that that's secure. And then wrap a couple of times around the frame then, just to hold that in place.
Yeah.
Now you can either sort of cut these off at this stage, or wait until you've done the whole lot and then trim them off. But to trim them off, it's simply just get to the section, make sure it's wrapped around. Can you see that? And then snip that off, wrap it around there, snip that off. You can see, there you go. And then just flatten those pieces down. Oh, sorry. There you go. And then take your nylon pliers and press on that, and what that will do then, it will push those wires into shape. The wire that you've wrapped around, it'll sort of secure that wire into shape.
Yeah, I see.
So it'll hold that.
Get your
shape.
hands on these nylon jewel pliers right now, £4.95. The ones that Janet's using, they've got little ridges in, yours won't. However, even when they do get ridges in, there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't actually damage them, it doesn't actually make them unusable then. It's just when you're working them, it's just wear and tear. And if you think, ours have got little jewel marks in them, but they get used by every single guest designer every single day of the week. Up to 8 hours these are used per day. So they do last a long time. If they do get little marks, it's not a problem at all. And for £5, if it's going to mean that you're less likely to ruin, wreck and ravish your wire, it's worth it, isn't it? £5, £4.95 these are for you today. Treat yourself while you can. We've got them in stock, but who knows for how long. Last time we had them, they flew. Get your hands on them today. And we have still got a handful amount of the wire left, and it is a handful, limited numbers. 100 metres of your 1mm, 100 of your 0.25. We're going to have to take this code off screen for this soon. Buy this, get this for free. Totally free. We're going to have to take the code off soon because it's going to be gone.
Okay, so the next thing is you add the next section and you repeat that and do exactly the same thing. But as you go down the leaf, obviously you don't want to be wrapping around the top section.
No.
So every time you do that, go into the section before it, if that makes sense.
So you're attaching it to the previous vein.
That's it.
As it were.
Yeah. So you attach it to that one, so wrap it on that side and then then move over.
Go up and around to the other side.
Yeah, and do exactly the same on that side. So when you've done that, then you secure these pieces here. So you'd wrap here, here and here, the way we've done on this section.
Yeah.
And then you just repeat that all the way down until you've sort of filled up really. The end section I did a little bit differently. It's exactly the same sort of technique, but just a different shape. I did it sort of like that.
So opposed to having even where it sort of kicks out, so this one's obviously quite even, you've got one that's slightly longer.
Yeah.
And it just draws your eye into the right section
just
in a way,
because it sort of tapers away there, and it just
as a natural leaf does, isn't it?
So, and that's simply all you do. You just follow that technique all the way down until the leaf has got all the veins.
Fab.
And here's one I prepared earlier.
Oh, how perfect.
So
that looks fab, doesn't it?
So there we go. And again, that's different to the one that we just did. It doesn't go all the way to the bottom.
And you haven't anchored that one on. Is that a problem?
I don't know. It'll be fine, because what I think we'll do then is maybe weave this section and that'll hold it in place.
I love that idea.
So it's, you know, it doesn't matter if there's one that's a bit free or...
Yeah, that's fab.
Again, it's sort of do whatever you want.
Do what you feel.
Yeah. So what I've done is I've anchored these in the middle, anchored the edges, and I've started doing this little wrap section here.
With your 0.25 again.
The 0.25, and I'll show you how we did that. Let me just get a piece off here.
So do you want a long workable section, or are you going to do it individual little bits for each vein?
I did it individually.
Yeah.
Because
makes it more easy to work, doesn't it?
Just easier to do it that way.
So you've got probably about 50 centimetres there, 56 centimetres.
You might not need that much, or it depends how much you want to do. As I said before, I mean, you could weave all the way down. You could weave all the way down into this section here. Or you can just do as I've done there, you know, it depends really.
I see.
So on this section now, what I'll do is I'll start weaving over onto this little piece here.
Okay, fab.
Okay, so if we take that, wrap that around, and it's not a complicated weave, it is simply back and forth. There's nothing difficult about it at all. Right, so what I did is I've secured it onto that one piece here. So it's up through there. Slide that back to the top. Over, and you can't really see the wire because it's so fine, but over to that one. Back up through the middle. Over the opposite one, pulling it tight all the time, and then around the opposite one. Again, pull that tight.
So you just keep
back
pushing
through the
it
middle.
back to keep it nice and neat
Yeah.
and symmetrical.
Yeah. And then over. And it's simply that, actually. Just follow that around. I've got myself tangled. What I'll do is I'll cut a bit of that off for now. There you go. Right, so pull that through. So it's through the middle, pull tight, over, through the middle again, pull that tight and over. And that's simply it. It's simply that weave, and just follow that down as far as you want to go, really. And you can do that in as many of the veins or as little as the veins as you want, really.
Mm. So it's a figure of 8 pattern, essentially, in a sense.
It is, yeah.
It?
So you go round that one, up, back through the middle, over that one, and then back through the middle. And it's just simply doing that backwards and forwards. It's a nice, easy, simple weave, but it fills in that space, and it actually builds up quite quickly.
It does build up quite quickly, doesn't it? And it's nice too, because I like how the leaf itself almost breaks up your design.
Yeah.
But because of the actual amount of wire you've put in, you've still got that strength of green, haven't you?
Yes.
The strength of colour, because of this beautiful weaving section we have here. Just whilst you're finishing off weaving that wire in, I'll just give you your last chance to purchase this. This is your last chance. It's going to be a sellout. 100 metres of your 1mm chartreuse springtime green wire. Buy this, you get this for free. £27.95 in total. That's the price of your 1mm. It's your 025 chartreuse colour, and it is your 025, so it's great for weaving. It is your 1mm, so it's very structural. Janet had absolutely loads of this left, didn't you? How many times could you replicate this?
What, this leaf? Oh, I wouldn't like to say. Well, tens, I don't know, 20s.
10s, 20s,
yeah, easily.
30s. Could you imagine actually loads of those, just the leaves laid on top of each other like a Grecian,
Yes. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Grecian leaf vine? Oh, that'd look stunning, wouldn't it? This is your last chance to purchase though, please. Everybody at home that wants to buy one, get one free on wire. It's your time to do it right now. £27.95, but it's your last chance to purchase right now. If you haven't worked with green wire before, this beautiful chartreuse, maybe you're a bit worried, give it a go. What a great opportunity to have a go. You're getting 2 gauges, one of them for free. Don't let the sizes put you off either. They are both 100 metres, it's just that this one's a thinner gauge wire, so it gets on a smaller spool. But it's definitely worth a go, because look at the beautiful designs you can create. They're all leaves. If you're thinking coloured, it's a bit over the top, bit bright. Look. Green is Mother Nature's colour. Mother Nature puts every single colour with green. Think of all the green stems and the beautiful coloured blooms. It goes with everything. And speaking of going with everything, I'm going to give you the chance to own these stunning gemstones. Now, what did you think of these gemstones, Janet?
Well, I actually chose the gemstones. It's the first time I've chosen gemstones.
Oh, good choice, Janet.
And I thought that obviously I thought that they went great together.
So why did you put them together? Give us a little background.
I'd got the idea of the leaf. So with the green, I thought, the Pyrite was definitely going to be in there.
Yes.
And the Pyrite, I wanted the green and the gold. But then I thought the other ones, they just added a bit of drama.
The obsidian.
The obsidian just added a bit of drama to them.
Yeah.
And they're so beautiful when you see them and you look at them, you get that lovely sort of effect from them. They're gorgeous.
They are beautiful, aren't they? 3 strands you have in here. You've got the Pyrite, sorry, over here. 300 carats worth on this strand, and it's 10mm. Beautiful, bold Pyrite in the plain round 8mm. It's a 30cm strand here, 250 carats worth. And you have this stunning black obsidian 12mm round. These are really strong and bold, aren't they? Jet colour, again, just a total staple. And the way that they work together, these gemstones. Janet, you've done a cracking job putting these together. have a look at the neckline on the necklace. Can you see how, working with the plain rounds, you're graduating the size of them from these large 12mm down to the 10, down to the 8. It gives it a beautiful effect, doesn't it? Should we take a look at your web price? £23.35. If you were to go online right now and purchase these separately on our website, that would be your price. However, MEGC91, that's your code, and it's a discount code. Imagine it as a discount voucher. If you type that into your web page now, or if you call our call centre and tell them that, you won't be paying £23.35. It's your discount code only until 9 o'clock. You will be getting it for not £23.35. You'll be getting it for a tiny fraction of that price. All you're paying today for these 3 stunning strands, including prehnite and obsidian, is £15.95. Just over a £5 a strand.
It's not bad, is it?
Isn't that a great deal? If you were sat at home now, would you be picking up the phone and dialing?
Definitely. If it was just for the prehnite, with that wire, I'd buy it. Yeah.
It's a wonderful kit. Janet, pat yourself on the back, chicken. You have done a good job putting these together. For this designer inspiration today, we've given you $15.95. We gave you 200 metres of wire, 100 metres worth were completely free, didn't cost you anything. And look at these amazing designs that we've created with it. It's exceptional collection. This is a really gem heavy piece, isn't it? But we've still had gemstones left over. And I've got to admit, when I look at this as a group, that to me says a collection of jewellery. If you think London Fashion Week's on at the moment, isn't it? And they have their collections, don't they? Different pieces come down the runway, and although they're different, they are tied in together. This looks like a fashion collection.
I think if you pick a theme, like leaves, and then you do a set of jewellery, then it turns into a collection because that theme is running through all of them.
Definitely.
Although they're different, it's, you know, the theme is there.
It really does look like a really professional collection. If you were to walk into a boutique and you saw all of these together in one cabinet, you'd be drawn to it, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
you really
definitely
would. You are creating some real boutique effects at this, not boutique prices at all either, is it? These 3 strands, $250 of your pyrite, $300 of your black obsidian 12mm, and 300 carats of your prehnite 10mm rounds. Should have been almost £24. It's only $15.95 for you today. Beautiful colour combination and graduated in size. It's fab. Let's carry on with your beautiful design, Janet.
Okay. So we've got to the stage where we've woven. If we just imagine that we've woven all the bits that we want to weave, what I did then is I added, because I had a findings pack. So I used some of the beads from the findings pack.
Okay, look.
So what I did, the little disc beads that are in the findings pack, this is the gold plated one. I used those and the hearts, head pins, which are beautiful.
They are lovely, aren't they?
So if people have got a findings pack, you've always got little bits left over
from
doing projects. This is a good way of using those sort of bits, really.
Fab.
So what I did is I took the heart head pin, just slipped that onto the little
rondelle.
bead, the rondelle, that's the word, and then just found a section that I wanted to put them on, slip them through there. So that's just sitting there. Turn that over, and then snip off half of it. Keep that bit because you can make a little sort of head pin or use that to sort of link a bracelet together or something.
Yep.
Then a spiral saves the day yet again. They're lovely spirals. And then just make that into a little spiral at the back. Keep that as tight as you can to the piece, and then flip it over, squeeze it together, and that will hold that in place.
Because it's a nice spiral, that's not going to irritate the skin, is it?
Not at all, no. It's nice and smooth.
Yeah.
And you know, it looks pretty at the back as well.
Yeah.
So that's what I did then, and then I just sort of repeated that all the way along, and you can just do that and add as many of those running down that centre section or wherever you want.
As you wish.
As you want, really. And I think that's it. It's just taking it and putting your own little spin on it.
I like that idea a lot. Really simple, step by step, but builds up to be this beautiful, intricate appearing design.
But it isn't really.
So where do we go after this?
So now what we're looking at doing is doing the one section of the necklace, which is actually on beading thread, but it's got the wire wrapped around it. That's the section there. So what I did a combination of the beads on that side and separated them on the other side. So take a piece of beading thread.
Now, do you measure this to the neck length you want, or?
Well, I just sort of go with it really. But I've got a bust at home, and I sort of roughly work out sort of that's about an 18-inch. And what I tend to do is just sort of work out roughly and then sit it on the bust and see where it's going to sit. So with this, what we do is we're going to attach the beading thread to the little loop that we made earlier. So if you take a little crump bead and then thread that through, back through the crump bead. There we go, catching it on there. There, so that's quite tight up towards the loop as you can. Now I use my crimping pliers, but you don't have to. If you don't use crimping pliers, it's, you know, same as really.
You
I
can
like
just
the
use your flat nose pliers, but if you do want to get your hands on these, they are available currently in our large tool kit.
So just crimp that side, put the back in. I can't actually see what I'm doing. There you go. Close that up. And that just makes that nice finish. But I always give it a little, just a little squeeze, just to make sure. So that's on there. And then I'll snip that off actually.
Just spare tail.
Yeah. Sometimes, depending on what I'm going to do, I'll sort of leave it and go through the stones. But in this case, because it's at the back. And then what I did, a combination of stones, starting with the pyrite, I think.
Yeah.
I did, didn't I?
Yeah, pyrite. And then you did prehnite. And then obsidian. So again, graduating the sizes, aren't you?
Yeah.
How lovely.
So you get that sort of, but I think all together, I think they just look beautiful together.
They really do. The colours work wonderfully. And I love the textures in here too. The textures are just stunning.
There we go. So what we do, we do, I think I did five combinations of them.
Yep.
So if you just, we don't have to do all five if it's, have a look.
There we are, we'll do one more.
One more.
Yeah.
There we go. And then if we finish with the pyrite.
Yep.
I don't know why, but I did.
I see.
And then on the at the end of the, can I just have a quick look at the back of that one?
Of course you can.
I can't remember what I did on. Okay, I put a jump ring on the end of this one. And what I did as well from the findings pack, I used the hooks from the ribbon end, the cords, the ribbon end cords.
The S shape at the end of the extender, isn't
so
it?
So we used those for that. But what we can do, we could actually just go straight directly onto. If people haven't got the findings pack with those in, I made these little paper clips.
Clever. This is with your 1mm.
This is with the 1mm. And that works in exactly the same way as the ones out of the findings pack.
So if you don't have a findings pack, you can just create this shape.
Do you want me to show you how I did that?
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay, so just take a little section of the 1mm, take your round nose pliers into the thickest end of the plier and back, so you've got that shape.
Yeah.
Put that back in around about at the end of where that one finishes, or just a little bit past that maybe.
Yeah.
And go back, so you've got that shape. There.
So that's the S shape,
and then just simply
squished in.
Snip that off. You've got that one's a little bit bigger than.
And you need 4 of those, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I used 1 for the actual main connector.
So we've got 1 main connector here, and then 3 for the individual strands of gemstone.
And that just helps to separate the strands so that they don't bunch.
That's a really good technique.
So they don't bunch together.
That's a really good way of doing it.
So make sure those are tight. And what you could do is hammer those just to give them a little bit of extra strength. Or if you've got your jaws again, if you just simply sort of squidge them between, that really does work harden them.
Yeah, because the nylon jaw pliers will be coming on your screen in a moment, but it changes the composition of the actual wire, strengthening it, so it's definitely worth a go.
So that does make a difference.
They're on there, $4.95.
Okay, so again, what we do, slip on a crimp bead, slip that through the crimp bead again. So we don't want to lean over and block everybody's view. There we go. Right, so pull that. Now what I like to do is pull that as tight as it'll go. There. And then, I know it's a very risky strategy, especially on live TV. But I always do that and then snip it off. Am I going to risk it? Am I going to do it? Yes.
Go on, yeah.
So you snip that off. And then it seems to go back inside, so you haven't got any sharp bits.
That's clever.
And then crimp it as quickly as you can.
Yeah, don't let go.
Yes. And then you can breathe again. And then go back in with the what are they called? Crimp pliers. There. So you've got that section on there.
Yeah, I see.
And then if we go back to the front of the piece, so that's the necklace piece, and then we've got the wire here. So what we're going to do then is wrap the wire around that section. So if we hold the leaf there, and then perhaps do a little bit of a double wrap there just to fill in that gap. So you've got that little section there. What have I done here? Hold on a second. Let me just straighten myself out. There. And let's put that back in.
Spinning it around that, aren't you?
Yeah, just to make sure that that's in the right place.
In the right section, yeah.
Pull that back a bit. There. That's it. Right.
Loop it in.
There.
Yeah.
And then hold that and simply wrap that around the beads to wherever you want them. Once you've done a few, it starts to you get a bit of structure to it then.
So it's a little bit easier to move.
It's easier to do. It's just that first one that's a bit awkward. And then hold that, wrap those around, keep going till you get to the top. There you go.
I see. So you're just going up in between each of them.
And then you can shape that around.
Beautiful.
I've actually twisted the crimp bead there, so you make sure that your crimp bead is at the back.
I see.
It is at the back.
That is at the back, isn't it? Yeah, because that's the front.
Right, so you do that, and then you just shape that. So that would be the neck piece. There you go.
I see.
Come to the end, and then wrap that around a few times. If you hold this, it's easier to do it. There you go. And then come up as far as you can. You can go over that crimp bead there and up to there. Snip that off. Take your flat nose pliers and squidge that in. Pinch that in so there's no sharp bits there. And that's your first section.
Yeah.
And you can shape that to go around the neck. That probably needs to be a bit longer than it is.
Yeah.
You probably needed another 3 beads to do that. So that is your first section.
Wonderful.
And then the others are simply, you do exactly the same but without the wire wrapping, and I attach them to these 3 pieces here. So attach beading thread here.
Yeah, I can see, and you crimp.
Yeah.
So the only difference is when we're stranding on these 3 in the bib shape is that as opposed to anchoring them to one section, you're anchoring them from 3 different points. So you can see crimp here at the end of the leaves. And then as this is just beading thread as on that side, except you don't wrap them in wire, do you?
No. And then at the end of each one, do you want me to do one of them so we can show it?
Yeah, absolutely, can do.
There we go.
This is with your beads.
We'll do it a bit
Want to let you know,
shorter.
handful of the gemstones left right now. We've been really busy today, everyone. Thank you very much for watching us. Thank you for staying with us. Hope you're having a lovely afternoon, everyone at home, and I hope you are excited to get these beautiful gemstones winging their way to you. £15.95 for 3 strands. 12mm obsidian, wowzers. And you've got 10mm in your prehnite, 300 carats, and you've got your pyrite as well today, 8mm on these. I've got a handful left, handful of those left, and just want to let you know as well, we've seen them used quite a bit just whilst Janet's threading away. We've seen them used a lot today for the classic Janet spiral and for so much more. It's your nylon jeweled pliers at the bottom of your screen at the moment. These are KOZX72, £4.95, and they are an essential. They help unkink, they help straighten, they help work harden, and they help you create beautiful spirals, loops, without worrying about damaging or scratching your wire. In fact, we're going to have the wire come up in a moment, aren't we? We're going to bring it up in a minute. We'll have the graphics come up for those, but even when I am so hard with this wire, if I can undo a bit for you just whilst you're carrying on stranding. This is my 1mm. I just want to show you with my chartreuse. I might actually be able to get a little bit off. This is my 1mm. So obviously this wire has got the green coating over it, hasn't it? It's got a copper core in here. If I promise you, I will use these nylon jewels as strongly as I can. I absolutely promise. So strong that I almost can't pull them across. There we go. I'm doing it again. None of that colour has come off whatsoever. That was a good noise, that wasn't it? Great noise. Sounded like Godzilla. £27.95 is the price on your wire, don't forget, because what we did was you got, and I mean a handful, you got 100 metres of your 1mm and 100 of your 0.25, 100 of 0.25 totally free. £27.95, last chance to buy, handful left. If you get on the phones now, you could be lucky enough, but once it's gone, it's gone. I would normally say this price will go back up to its original price at 9 o'clock, but once we sell this last amount, it'll be back up at the normal price. So it's first come, first serve, I'm afraid. Buy the 1mm, get the 0.25 totally free.
Right, so what I've done is I've threaded on some pyrite, so we can just see how this clasp sort of works. And then what I'd do is thread it through there in exactly the same way that we did the other end.
So this is your little S shape, isn't it?
Yeah, so put on another one of those. I'll just do that quickly because we've already done that. I'm going to crimp it first because I don't want to risk...
You think you've been lucky once, let's not risk it
again. I don't want
again.
to push it too much, do I? Right, okay. So, squishy those. There we go. Cut that off. Probably do that a little bit neater than I've done it. Right, so you've got that. So you've got that at one end. This is your first strand. Your second strand would go from here, third strand from here, and one of these on the end of each one.
Yep.
Then get a jump ring. You can either use one from the findings pack, because they're really, really strong, or you could make some with the chartreuse wire.
With the chartreuse, yeah.
And each end of here, slip that onto there, close that up. So that's your first one. Then your second strand will be here, so slip that onto there as well.
Yeah.
Make sure that's closed. If I just get my hand out of the way, and sorry,
that's
there
it.
Beading thread. There. Right, okay, so that's that one there.
So it's another one attached to the jump ring.
And then you do exactly the same with the third one. And then all three of them together. So when you've got all three together there, you just loop through. This one is your connector then to go back through. When they're all together, it is easy to do. You'll see on the
three jump ring, that's your clasp there.
So that's the clasp.
So this is what used in the findings pack, but you can create your own as we've just seen. And it's done really quickly.
Yeah, and then it's simply that then just clips through there as your connector.
So
and then
single one's your connector.
Yeah, so those three together, and then the single one there is your connector to add it. But these hold the gemstones separate, so they don't sort of clog up at the back of the neck, so you haven't got a lump of gemstone.
So they all stay nicely in line.
So they sit in place.
It's a great technique. It's a great way to create this almost bib-like layered effect, isn't it? But in a real simple way.
Yeah, yeah.
Janet, it's absolutely beautiful. Can you just, well, I've got a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Can you just talk us through how you've managed to create this beautiful palm tree effect?
Yeah, what I did is I made the leaf shape. I made 2 leaf shapes together. And then I'd got 2 pieces of wire sort of. Shall I just show you quickly?
Okay. 1 minute.
Oh, I can do 1 minute, not a problem.
No problem. Go on.
Right,
Minute to win it, Janet. 45 seconds, no pressure.
Right, so created 1 leaf shape there.
Yeah.
And then kink that back. So you've got the other leaves there.
Yeah.
Leaf there. Bit of a wobbly leaf, but you get the gist.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 sort of leaves together, leaf shapes. So what I did is I wrapped the 0.25 around them, kink that back. So you've got those 2 pieces there.
Yeah.
And then I wove the 0.25 along that section.
Yeah.
And wrapped it.
And that's it.
That was it.
So simple to do, but a really eye-catching design. Janet, you're an absolute star. We've had so many nice comments.
Good.
We will be back with you for your special lowest price challenge. After this break, I'm talking serious looks for less.
Come and join guest designer Laura Binding on our intermediate wirework course. The aim of the course is to enhance your wirework skills and take your designs to the next level. You will learn more advanced weaving and binding techniques, which you can incorporate into your jewellery. The full course includes a selection of gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, a copy of the Wirework Tutorial DVD Edition 3, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just £79.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
We all know that you need the right tools for the job. So here at JewelleryMaker, we have developed our very own tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just £15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed JewelleryMaker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
You can make your own call using the bead reamer from the toolkit. Take a length of wire. Holding your reamer, firmly anchor the wire onto the handle. Then wrap the wire around the reamer until you have the desired length. Snip off any unwanted excess.
Add a mystery gift to your order today and you'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. Check out our online reviews from JewelleryMaker customers who have previously purchased one of these mystery gifts. Go on, treat yourself with a little gift.
Hello everyone, welcome back to JewelleryMaker. My name is Becky and we've got working away on her challenge, the wonderful Janet. How's it going so far, Janet?
Yeah, good. I've not done an awful lot, but what I've done I think is okay.
That's good. It's not always about quantity,
No,
sometimes it's quality, Janet. No pressure. 45 minutes about you have before we come over to you. So I have got for you some luxury for less. Now, we did luxury for less yesterday, didn't we? We don't normally do the same hours together in the same set of rows. We just don't normally do it. However, that made no sense, but you know where I'm coming from. However, we have so many luxurious strands. We've done it again. Luxury for less day today, including, look at this, strand of citrine. Nearly 200 carats worth you've got in here. It's a beautiful strand, top drilled, really lovely. I'll bring this to you in a moment. Interested in sapphire? I'll bring that to you later as well then if you like. So let's have a little look. Where are we going to start, Kirst? Let's start with some iolites. These beautiful drop pairs, faceted as well. Luxury for less on iolite. Now iolite's one of the best known pleochroismic gemstones. Has been used in Viking times as a compass. Because what they said they used to do was near the helm they would have a large piece of iolite, and due to the time of day and the position in which they were sailing and the way that light entered the gemstone, it would change the colour and appearance of the gemstone. Now, of course that was in Viking times, so no one was totally sure how true that was. However, in more recent times, a gemologist who was also a pilot actually took a piece of iolite on board his plane, had it in the cockpit, and he tested out the theory, and he found that it was completely true. He knew which direction he was going in due to the colour change of the gemstone. It's 60 carats worth you have in here, and these are iolite faceted pairs. And these are 7 by 5 all the way to 12 by 8 mil. It's an 18 centimetre strand. It's a gemstone that we don't often have faceted in this manner, and it's a gemstone that is really very renowned, not only for its pleochroism, also because of the blue tones that you get in here. You'll see there's some real gentle sky blues, but then there's some that almost cross over into the lilac tones as well. As the light hits it and enters these gemstones, it really does change the look. At some angles when I'm looking at the gemstone, I can see really dark, bold, almost London blue tones, but then as I move the strand and the light comes in and enters at a different angle, you're getting almost these pops of lilac. This is luxury for less, and we did some cracking luxury for less deals yesterday. We had loads of lovely comments in about it as well, saying, oh, we absolutely loved the luxury for less, there was loads of really great bargains in there, and because you loved it so much, I'm not going to let you down today. Genuine iolite, 60 carats worth, faceted to an exceptional quality. Your price today on these, £9.95. Yes, honestly, if that 1995 had a 1 in front of it for this strand, I wouldn't look twice, I wouldn't blink, I'd just be, yeah, that's totally fine. I wouldn't think, what? If that had a 1 in front of it, if it was 1995, I wouldn't question it at all. I'd just expect, yeah, that's fine. £9.95, I would take a second look. £9.95. Get your hands on it, because honestly, the blue itself, I don't really know how to describe how captivating this gemstone is. If you haven't worked with iolite before, genuinely, I would suggest you get it in this strand. And when I say that, don't think I'm just saying it because I want you to get the strand and, you know, treat yourself to it. I'm saying it because this is a beautiful example of iolite, and all of the lovely qualities that you would want in iolite you're getting in this strand. So do treat yourself to it today. £9.95. You'll fall in love, I'm sure. I brought you before some little peridot, didn't I? The little 2mm peridot. I've got small size again, but on garnets. This is serious luxury, isn't it? 3mm red garnets. 20 carats worth of your red garnet. Now garnet, of course, it's a name that everyone knows, it's something that everyone recognises. Got almost this claret colour running through this beautiful garnet. The 3mm are absolutely fab, just so usable, really easy to work. What would you do with these 3mm, Janet?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah.
They've got such a deep colour to them. Again, I'd put them with pearls, because I love white pearls. And I think the garnet as a spacer between white pearls would make such a beautiful piece of jewellery.
Yeah.
Just as, you know, really high-end top piece of jewellery.
Really would, and especially with the gemstone itself, because it's such a high-end gemstone. Garnet, everyone knows the name garnet, even if perhaps, you know, you're not a jewellery connoisseur. Everyone knows the name garnet. It's similar to amethyst. Everyone knows that growing up. It's kind of in your conscious, isn't it? Garnet itself is a really high-grade gemstone, very luxurious. We've seen strands of garnet on in the 20s, haven't we? Okay, I'm going to let you know something at home. Genuine garnets, beautiful, lengthy strand again. Under £6. Do you remember last time I said under £6? Can you remember what the price was? If you can, yep, get on the phone. £3.95 for genuine garnet. We've only gone and done it again. £3.95 for genuine garnet strand. It's 20 carats worth. What do you think of that price?
That's crazy,
isn't it?
Because if you bought some pearls, white pearls, and put those in,
yeah.
I mean, for £3.95 as a spacer bead, genuine garnet, that quality, it's crazy. But beautiful, beautiful.
You cannot buy glass plastic for that price. And can I just point out the ruler again? 30cm ruler. This is a really lengthy strand. Huge amount of people just jumped on the phone lines then. I'm not surprised, genuine garnet for £3.95. If you like this, I've got something similar coming up for you in a bit. Just giving you a little heads up. I'm not, you know, don't want you to say I didn't warn you, but if you like smoky quartz, well then stay where you are, ladies and gentlemen. £3.95. This is luxury for less. When we say this, we mean it. We do it properly. Luxury for less. Maybe it's my team. Maybe it's because we're quite a luxurious bunch, but we don't want to pay for it. £3.95. Maybe we could be called like the cheapskate crew. Myself presenting, producer Kirsty, I've got director Tom, my lovely camera lady Kaz, and my lovely floor manager Scott. We are the cheapskate crew. We like luxury, we don't want to pay for it, and neither should you. Gonna have to move on. Not left. Stay on the phone, you might still get some of those. Ooh, yes, beautiful sunstone. Really fab example of it as well, actually. Stunning example on this strand. This kind of summarises and epitomises exactly what Aventurescence is. Take a look at it for me. Wow. This is 75 carats of sunstone, stunning with that garnet. I'm going to have to pinpoint the evanescence because this stand is exceptional. Can you see in this strand? Hang on, let me catch the light. Do you see this almost shimmer across, but as I shimmy it, can you see this internal glitter? You can see it great there, can't you? Just on this side where my finger is, as I shimmy up and down, can you see? It almost looks like a glitter in sunstone. Oh, you can see it great on that one as well, actually. Where is it? This one here. Oh, you see it there, bottom corner? Wow. That is what we talk about when we say evanescence. It's this internal glitter. That's not added by us. We haven't popped anything into it. Mother Nature. Again, can I point out 32 centimetre strand on this today. It's a lengthy strand and it's 75 carats worth. The shape itself are graduated plain drops, but they're quite nice drops. They're a little bit unusual to your normal amount. They haven't got the you know, domed base on them as you might expect. They've got some little juts, and there's some that almost look a little irregular, which is beautiful to have on these. Should we have a look at your price? Luxury for less. £8.95 on these genuine sunstone today. What do you think of that, Janet? What would you do with these?
I think they're beautiful. I'd wrap them with some gold wire. I'll do some gold wire wrapping on them and make some feature earrings with some gold wire wrapped. They look great.
Highlight that internal glitter.
Yeah, yeah. You don't want to cover it too much because you don't want to sort of detract from that, but just a bit of gold wire on it would look great.
Oh, rose gold wire as well would be good, wouldn't it?
Or copper wire. Yeah.
Oh, really? Stop it. Let's test this out. I've got some rose gold here. Not just any old rose gold. 925. 1mm gauge wire. How well does this go? Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. I'm going to do that wire for you now. This is 925 rose gold plated wire. You get a metre worth here. Now 925, when we talk about it, you'll be used to seeing, you know, the findings in the sense of shepherd's hooks and kind of the mechanics, but the wire itself is quite unusual to see. We've got 1mm and it is a metre's worth, perfect for wire wrap rings. Have you got a gemstone that you really want to show off? You just think it calls out for a ring, but perhaps it's quite high quality and you feel like you might be letting it down to use normal wire, then this would be perfect. If you think about any other item of jewellery apart from a ring, if you think bracelet, necklace, 925, you can add to it really simply with crimps, with lobster claw clasps. A ring, not as easy to do unless you get this today. 1mm, 1 metre. Let's take a look at your price. Luxury for less, £16.95 for you today. You could get yourself a fair few rings out of a metre, couldn't you? And if you're working with high class gemstones and a beautiful wire, you're going to be charging much more. £16.95 for you on this today. Get your hands on it whilst you can. Serious luxury for less. Mixed colour beryl here. I have to admit, when me and my producer Kirsty came to look at this before, we were both stopped in our tracks and we both said, oh, there's strength in that colour. Sometimes multi-beryl, if you've ever had a strand at home, sometimes it can be quite hard for you to actually distinguish between the different types of beryl. But in this strand, there's not at all. You can see the pops of your morganite pink, you can see your heliodor, you can see your aquamarine. There's so many different tones in here and it's lovely and strong. 110 carats worth. And have you noticed how jam-packed the strand is as well? No spaces in this, they're just packed on top of each other. Brand new strand to us this year and it's your last in stock chance to get it. Should we take a look at your price? £14.95. For the mother of gemstone families, £24, £25 is the price I'm used to seeing for multi-strands of beryl at this carat weight. £14.95. This is truly luxury for less. Think how many morganite earrings you could make from this. You've got 2 pairs there, you've got another 2 pairs there, just on this strand. Some aquamarine earrings, honestly, beautiful strand. Think of a pair of morganite earrings, what you're going to be charging for them. £15, £20, easy. On 2, for 1 pair. The rest of it, pure profit. £14.95 for you today. If you're happy with the prices so far, we're sticking with luxury for less, and it's a superb star buy. I'm so excited to bring you this. Okay, it's fire opal, so already you know that I'm getting giddy because it's opal. But there's another reason. I said to you earlier on, I've got some really unusual fire opal for you. Now, fire opal, you'll know we're looking for these beautiful rich orange tones. When I've you know, had fire opal here before, I'll always talk about how it's got an opaqueness to it. It's not clear. I've always say you can get clear ones, but they're extremely rare. They're very expensive as well. I've got to admit, there's a ring in the shop that I've got my eye on that's got this beautiful fire opal with it, but it's almost a clear fire opal. You can actually see through it. It's slightly transparent. So rare. That is so rare. That's why I've got my eye on it, because I cannot wait. I'm going to get it myself for my birthday. I cannot wait to get my hands on it because it's transparent, and that is so rare. Of course, when we bring you fire opal, it is opaque, and it hasn't got that much play of colour in it because it is opaque. But that's fire opal. That is purely what fire opal is. But wait. Not in this strand. You have got one of the rarest forms of fire opal here. Beautiful and transparent opal. Watch. You can see as I run my finger over the back, you can see each of these. Wow. 35 carats worth of your fire opal. The VT on this shows you beautifully the play of colour you've got in this strand. Can you see that base one there? The colour, did you see that then? The jars of yellow and orange running through the body of colour. Have a look at how stunning this is. Now, fire opal's really interesting. Oh my gosh, can you see that? I just got a play of colour then as well. Did you see? You see it here? Wow. Opal is one of those really interesting gemstones. I love opal for so many reasons. One reason I adore it is because, for me, I'm quite into, when I'm working with jewellery making, or when I'm even looking at a piece of jewellery, I personally love something that constantly interests me. Every time I look at it, I see something new. When it catches the light, I see something different. And that's what I get with opal that other gemstones don't give me as well. This has got beautiful bursts of hot, deep tone. It's also got plays of colour though in here, which is stunning. It is Mexican fire opal as well. It's the location to get it. Fire opal itself is found in volcanic areas, and I think you can feel that almost heat of the lava running through here. And the mine that this is from as well, it's actually really interesting. It's down a very long spiralling path, and the walls of that come to around 50 meters in height, and that's where they get this from. Please, please get your hands in this now, because it is last in stock and it's the lowest ever price. £21.95 is your current web price. I cannot stress enough how much you want to get your hands on this. It's not £21.95. Bearing in mind the ring I've got my eye on that's this type of translucency is £30 for one. Uh-oh. It did it again. £21.95. We roll it down. £21.95 comes on again. Curse, what are we going to do? We're going to have to take another £1 off. £14.95. We were going to do it at 15, but sometimes the graphics go wrong. 15 we were going to do it at, and that is the lowest ever price on this strand for last in stock. Sometimes the graphics do that and you have to take an extra £1 off. £14.95 is seriously the lowest price by far that we have ever done on this. Loads of people on the phones taking advantage of this. I can see all of you on there. You've got Sam, you've got Laurie, you've got Anne in there. £14.95 for genuine opal. Bearing in mind the one that I've seen, it's this richness in tone and this transparency, and it's probably about this size. Yeah, it's set into silver, 925 sterling silver, but it's £30 for one. And I can't wait to get my hands on it. You're getting a whole strand here for £14.95. If you made earrings out of this, opal earrings with play of colour, which in these more transparent ones you are completely getting. I'm absolutely in love with this strand. I want so many of this strand, but I'm not going to be able to get it because Kirsty's just told me by the looks of things, probably the last time you'll ever see this on air. £14.95. Be someone to own it. I'm gonna have to leave you with it. Well done if you've managed to get your hands on it because you've been quick on the phone lines. £14.95 for this. I'm going to put you up there. Don't go back in the box, it's too beautiful. Let's do something that I gave you a little hint towards earlier on, shall I? Another 3mm. So I said earlier, didn't I, if you like the 3mm garnet, you'll like what I've got coming up. Smoky quartz, 3mm again. Now, it's beauty, of course, in the eye of the beholder, but it's very much believed that in smoky quartz, the deeper the smoke, the more expensive, the more luxurious, and the rarer the smoky quartz. This, I think you'll agree, is a really smoky quartz, isn't it? Even in between my fingers, it almost looks really jet to it. But it's got a stunning clarity on it as well. You'll be able to see when I run my finger. Now, 25 carats of beautifully smoked smoky quartz. 3mm rounds, really usable. Pop them with your garnet that you got earlier on, and you're working magic there. Imagine these with their kumihimo. Really beautiful. Just down maybe a talk of a kumihimo. Stunning, sewn in. Should we take a look at your price on this? £4.95. Again, lengthy strand. £4.95 for all of these goodies. Serious length on this. £4.95 is your price for this smoky quartz. It's a beautiful smoke. It's got a real nice symmetry with the smoke in between them, which is wonderful. But it's also got a real perfect clarity to it. You can actually see in here the temporary strand, which sometimes is quite unusual with smoky quartz actually, but the clarity on these is beautiful. Loads of people on the phone. This is going to go the same way as the garnet. You need to be very quick on this. Truly is luxury for less. Get your hands on it whilst you can, and you may as well for £4.95, hadn't you? Less than a fiver for genuine smoky quartz. Yes, please. Especially in 3mm. Workable, usable. Great if you're a bit of a messy wire worker. Hide them. Fab for you to get your hands on now. For less than a fiver, £4.95 on those today. And now, possibly, some of the largest peridot I've seen, really. Here we had that peridot earlier, the beautiful little 2mm rounds. I think we still got a couple of those left, if you want to get your hands on them. How about pairing them up with this? Large peridot, 220 carats worth in total of your medium nuggets. They are 5x3 all the way to 14x6 mil on here. Spring tones in here, definitely. If you've got your Chips and Nuggets DVD that Mark's done, then these could be beautiful to add to your design. What would you think of working with these, Janet?
They are they're beautiful colour, aren't they?
Really beautiful saturation, isn't it?
I don't know, there's such a lot you could do with it because it's the sort of the irregular shape. I like that. I like the chunkiness of them.
Yes.
But again, I'd put some gold wire with them, I think.
I love that.
Oh, perhaps the sterling silver wire you had
that
earlier.
925 rose gold.
The rose gold one.
Yes.
That'd look great. Maybe a chunky ring with that. With that as a centre point would be great, wouldn't it?
That sounds absolutely beautiful.
They're delicious, aren't they? They make your
It
mouth water.
really does sound gorgeous. And again, working against skin colour, doesn't that look really beautiful? Ooh, that is so summery. I can see myself right now walking through the park on a sunny day. How beautiful. Should we take a look at your price? 220 carats worth. £14.95 for genuine peridot. That is one of the largest carat weights I've ever seen of peridot, and it's a really low price. Don't get that in. Do not get it in often. Now, the gemstone itself, peridot itself, we do not get it in large quantities purely because of the actual process of mining it and its rarity. We don't actually get that much of it. So sometimes you'll see peridot in small quantities, for example, maybe in mixed scoops or in your matrix boxes, because generally we cannot get our hands on enough, even with our buying power, to make up such large strands. We're really lucky to have this in today, and you're going to be really lucky if you get your hands on it. £14.95, genuine peridot, 220 carats. Really, lots of you on the phone lines. We will be with you, don't worry, not a long wait. We will be with you. You're answered in order. Loads of you on the phone lines to get your hands on this now, because I doubt you've seen one with such a high carat weight as well anytime recently. £14.95, genuine peridot. Treat yourself to it whilst you can. And if you're looking for a treat, here's your star buy. Sapphire is an interesting gemstone. It's kind of unlike any other in a sense. One reason is sapphire, really, really crystal perfect, beautifully clear sapphire is expensive. But then you have at the opposite end of the spectrum, the fibrous and almost opaque sapphire are also really expensive. So it's kind of a dip. The totally clear, very fibrous, and the high price. And then anything in the middle is kind of lower price. Some of the most expensive sapphires in the world are almost completely opaque due to this almost fine silk internally. You can get very silky internally fibrous sapphires that are more expensive than the completely clear gems. Think of your cashmere sapphire. Think of that fibrous effect and take a look at these beautiful sapphires. Wow. 60 carats worth of your multi-coloured sapphire. These are your graduated plain drops, 5x3 all the way to 8x4. Can you look at the strength in colour? Now, sapphire is an interesting gemstone. It has gone up in popularity so much over the last 4 years. Think about, of course, we've got Kate Middleton. She's got her sapphire ring and she's such a style icon. It's also a gemstone that, as it's becoming rarer, it's becoming more and more popular. we are looking at and seeing a lot of coloured engagement rings and wedding rings come into play at the moment, and a lot of those are sapphire. The pink sapphire you've got in here, what other gemstone does that remind you of? It's that pink diamond colour, isn't it, that you've got with these? It truly is that pink diamond effect. The strength, the saturation of these is exceptional. It is sapphire and it is your 60 carats. You've got real richness in tone. You've got that beautiful cashmere sapphire silk running through these. You've got a wonderful, fashionable strand in a really workable drop. Imagine these in your wedding day tiara. Imagine these in your wedding day bouquet. Sapphire and rose bouquet. 18 centimetre strand. Let's take a look at your price, shall we? Genuine sapphire for £24.95. Think back before you knew about this channel. Whether it was last week or last year, or you've been with us from the start, how much would you spend on genuine sapphire? We have been so lucky recently that we've been able to get our hands on a lot of sapphire in a large deposit, and that's why we could take the price down to this. But think about it, when we get large amounts of anything and when we find these wonderful deposits, as soon as they're in, they're gone. As soon as they're in the door, they're out the door. Think about tanzanite. When I started 3 months ago, well, 4 months ago now, when I started here, I would do, genuinely, per show on tanzanite, I'd have 3 strands, 2, 3, maybe even 4 strands in tanzanite, because we were lucky enough to have found that deposit and have that much in stock at that time. However, when's the last time you saw it? And then how many times did you see it in that show? Over the last month, I've probably done tanzanite about twice in the last month. The same thing could well happen with this sapphire. £24.95 is your chance to get your hands on it. And do not forget, once your price goes up, once these become less available, your price is going to skyrocket. I mean genuinely skyrocket. And also, we had a meeting the other day as a whole group. We all had a work meeting, and Steve Bennett was talking about sapphire, and he was talking about one of the rings that he had on Rocks and on the Lounge and on Gems, our sister channels, and he was talking about how he's flying out very soon to go and have a little look at some of the mines and have a little check on things. But he'd heard on the grapevine that certain colours of sapphire are becoming almost impossible to get a hold of. He was talking about how there are greens and yellows that are unheard of nowadays. You almost cannot find them at all. And as I've just said that, I promise you I didn't just say it because I spotted this, but look, green right there, and that's a rich green. That's like a limey green. He's also saying that because of the popularity, he said you can get your hands on loads of blue at the moment, but any other colour, almost impossible to get your hands on. Look at the amount you've got on here. Genuinely, you know what I'm like. I won't just say it for the sake of saying it. This is so much of a rarity to get this mix of colour that you're gonna have to get your hands on it now. Steve is flying out to have a meeting about this for the next 3 weeks. £24.95. Get it whilst you can today. £24.95. Stunning example, and trust, rarer than you think right now. That's insider knowledge, by the way. Insider knowledge then. Let's bring you one of your favourites, shall we? You voted 2 times your favourite gemstone. It's of course labradorite, and it's a really lovely cut on these as well. Take a look at this strand for me. Look at the shell of that. Wow! Blues, yellows, golds on here. Do you know on that just one gemstone there? This large surface that you can see here. You know, you can see yellow and gold, can't you? But you can also see blue. Very rare, and only in the highest quality labradorite do you get both. We're really lucky that our labradorite has seriously gone up in quality. What I would say is, if for example, for some reason, one reason or another, the last time you bought a strand of labradorite from us was 12 months ago, I strongly suggest you get your hands on this now, because honestly, even just the last 12 months, our quality of labradorite has skyrocketed. Why? Because so is our buying power. We're able to source the most luxurious type now, but the price staying the same as it was. 190 carats worth of these beautiful faceted medium nuggets, 18 centimetre strand. Let's take a look at your price on this, shall we? £9.95 for this for you. Luxury for less is serious, isn't it? Honestly, get your hands on this, have a little look at it. If you're worried about what you might do with these, they really do not need that much work at all. Head pin, imagine these tiara twisted. Beautiful in a fascinator, just when they catch the light. If maybe you've got a nice wedding planning coming up and you're looking at going out for a few dances after the wedding, imagine these in a fascinator just twinkling away, catching the light. It look like the belle of the ball. Oh, look at the labradorescence. £9.95 for you today, that's your price. Wouldn't be luxury for less if we didn't have some of your most favourite of gems at the moment. It's your pearls. You've got purple cultured potato pearls right here. Of course, this purple is the colour of the year, isn't it? Colour of the season. 10 by 9 mil. Now, pearls have been so popular. We've had them on the last couple of weeks. They've been flying in as quickly as they've been flying out. Reason being, you know that this really is like the gem of the year, isn't it? Because we've seen it in all of the spring summer collections. Chanel's gone back to it. We've got all of the big names literally swooning their models with these. You've even got the fabrics coming in for spring summer that is actually copying and mimicking the pearlescence that you get, these beautiful silk tones. Got your chance to own it now. Purple cultured potato pearls. These are 10 by 9 mil, but kind of just, I know they say potato pearls, but let's take a close look, shall we? Because they're a mil off, only 1 mil off, they look round to me. I'm spinning them now, so you can see each side. Don't they look beautifully round? 10 by 9 mil, purple cultured pearls. Let's take a look at your price. £23.45 for genuine pearls. Please remind yourself exactly the price of a pearl, any pearl piece, pearl bracelet. Have a little look online now. How much are you going to be paying for a pearl bracelet? 40, 50? £23.45 is fab, but it's not amazingly fab. Let's make it that way, shall we? Your price today on this, lowest price, £15.95. £15.95 is your chance to get yourself on the phone line, and whoa, you are. £15.95. You've got this Witches of Tone. It's the colour of the year. It's the gem of the season. It's a beautiful, completely natural, stunning pearl. £15.95 for you. I gave you a little sneaky peek. That's flying out. I'm going to have to move on. Sneaky peek I gave you before. It is my final star buy. Said to be Queen Victoria's favourite gemstone, did you know? 195 carats of your citrine graduated plain drops. Queen Victoria absolutely loved these apparently, and they are used often. In fact, it's so said that in her Scottish household, she had rooms and rooms that were dedicated to the actual colour of citrine, and that's why in a lot of the traditional Scottish pins and parts of the kilt you have citrine within there, because it was one of her absolute favourites. Now you've got these stunning, gorgeous honey cognac tones running through, haven't you? It's like liquid nectar on a strand. And have you seen how sumptuous, how many you're getting on here? Look, there's no spaces in here. This is pure gemstone heaven. 7 by 5 all the way to 14 by 8 mil, 17 centimetre strand. It's a star buy. I'm just going to get your price in because I know how much you love them already. £19.95 for this many citrine. This strand has got loads. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, and I'm halfway through my strand. You got around 36 to 40 per strand. £19.95, 195 carats is for sure. You've got beautiful richness. And what do we know about citrine? We know the location, don't we? We know the location to get citrine is Brazil. What's on the bottom of your screen? Citrine from Brazil. It is truly the place to get it. It's for example, if you were going to buy a croissant, you'd want to get it from Paris, wouldn't you? That's kind of the same thing. £19.95 is your price on this gemstone strand for you today. 17 centimetre strand. Treat yourself to this right now. I've just got a chance to squeeze this in because you know we have the challenge box that we gave to Janet. I have literally, think of a single figure and then probably half it. That's about the amount I've got left of the other one. But we've managed to secure you a similar, not the same, but a similar matrix box. It's your rondelles again, as the other one was. And we're gonna do the lowest ever price on these again for you. Get yourself on the phone now. It is a different selection of gemstones, but it is still in the rondelles. Let's take a look at what we've got in here. So I've got, have a little look at these. I've got your tanzanite in here. We were just talking about the rarity of tanzanite, weren't we? Honestly, the rarity of tanzanite, I cannot explain to you the rate in which that is growing. I really can't. We've also got in here your beautiful iolite. Wow, did you see the play of colour then? Oh, don't roll away. Iolite. I've got a rainbow colour on mine then. I've then got your beautiful, pop that back in. I've got this rose quartz. Wait, hang on. Is that morganite? Morganite. I just had to double check then because I thought, no, surely not. 150 carats of your faceted rondelles. As well as this, I've got, what's this? This is kyanite. Hang on. You can see, have a look. If you, oh, I want that play. Can you see the little bit of play of colour there? Imagine that, but times it by 5 because I've got much more to the actual eye. That's stunning. As well as that, I've got your aquamarine up here. Really exceptional labradorite too. Look. I've also got one of the mother of the gemstone families, a really hefty size of yellow beryl. How often do you see that? We don't have it on a strand, like ever, but you've got it in this pack. And finally, I've got your wonderful neon apatite as well. All of these are rondelles, 150 carats. Honestly, please get in on this very, very quickly. Absolutely imperative you do so, because the other that I'm going to be bringing to you in a moment, I give it 10 seconds that one will still be in stock, probably. let's give you lowest ever price, shall we? £14.95 is your current web price. Oh, £24.95 is your current website. But I've given the game away, I think. £14.95 is your right. Shh, no one noticed. £10 off. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Lowest ever price, £14.95. But literally, such a low number we have on this one. And the one I'm going to bring you in a moment. 150 carats. If you're having a little look at this and thinking, oh, I do like it, you've not really got any ideas of what to do with it, don't forget the challenge kit I gave to Janet earlier were rondelles in this matrix box too. Yes, they were different gemstones, but that might give you some ideas. £14.95. You're going to get some of the most exclusive gemstones. Trust me on this. Tanzanite. Just keep your eyes peeled. That's what I would say. Genuinely. The rate in which it's going is faster than ever expected before. Get your hands on it whilst you can. £14.95. You've got such a beautiful mixture in here and it's stunning quality. £14.95 for you today. That's your chance to get it whilst you can. And if you're looking for inspiration, we are going to head over to Janet in mere moments and she'll be able to show you exactly how to work beautiful rondelles like this into the pieces. It's 150 carats worth in here. Let me show you exactly what we have again. We've got in here this stunning tanzanite. I can't say enough, trust me on the tanzanite. I've got some really, have you seen that labradorite? I'm not even moving it, and the schiller itself is just blasting across the surface. Yellow beryl. Have you ever got a strand of yellow beryl from us? And if you did, you lucky person. Wowzers. We do not have it on often, and when we do, it's never this yellow. Don't forget as well, did you see that play of colour again? Don't forget as well, the matrix box. It's your really serious, high quality gemstones. The ones that should be on Gems of Distinction, the ones that should be the collector's choice, but then we put them in the box so you get the quality but the variety as well. £14.95 is your price for you. I'm going to bring this matrix box with me. Janet, how have you found your matrix box? Look how many you've got left.
I was just looking and I haven't touched them.
Wowzers. I'm going to do a really quick run through on this matrix box. On your marks, get set, go. This is your matrix box. In here, such low figures. You have got such a beautiful mix. You've got your neon apatite, you've got your lavender amethyst, you've got in here your garnet, you've got your quartz, you've got more of your apatite, you've got your mixed beryl family here as well, and your white topaz, is that right? £12.95 in here for you. 150 carats. Oh, I want to let you know that we've had a few messages in about live feed. Apparently there's something gone wrong with it. We're really sorry. On the website, there are people right now in the gallery squirreling away. Promise. They will try and get it sorted out. Please do stay with us. Hopefully we will be with you in a moment. £12.95. It's the lowest ever price you have seen. This is totally going to be your last ever opportunity to get your hands on this. Definitely moments you have on this. Set your timer now. 20 seconds, it will be gone. £12.95 for all of this. This is the amount we had left, by the way, and Janet has already created two highly bejeweled and highly beautiful pieces for her challenge. Take a look at these for me. Isn't Janet, in my ear, I've just heard a oh my, they're stunning, oh my goodness. They are beautiful.
But the work is done for you mostly. I use the same technique. I use the same technique as we used previously with the wrapping that we used to fill in the pendants.
Oh, the beard?
Yeah. So I use the same technique, but I used the 0.8.
Yeah.
And just wound that around and then filled it in with the gemstones.
Isn't that stunning? And how have you created these little drops?
Just did a little rosary chain with the 0.4 and just hooked them on the back.
That is really pretty. How have we attached it onto the top?
I just simply, at the end of where I started, just did a little loop and just hooked it onto the necklace.
So you can see really clearly now this technique that we had, can't you? I'm so sorry to interrupt, Janet. I'm going to have to take the graphics off for this one. If you're on the phone, whoa, stay where you are. If you're on the phone, you're in queue to get it. However, we're not going to have enough left. So we want to just direct your attention. You can create this look with these gemstones. If you were to use these rondelles, because of course those are rondelles also, what do you think this would bring different to this design, Janet?
Well, I think it'd have a completely different look because you've got different gemstones.
Yeah.
I'd probably use a different coloured wire. I'd probably use a gold wire with these particular ones. And you just get a completely different look. You use a different colour wire, the stones are a different size, so you're going to get a completely different look. And the ring came in your size, funnily enough.
It fits. I feel like Cinderella sometimes on this show. Isn't that beautiful? Can you imagine in each of the petals just one of these different colours? Wouldn't that be stunning?
And if I'd have got time, I'd have done the same technique and done the earrings as well to match, so you'd have had a full set. And all those left.
Can you believe the amount you get left? There's so many in this matrix box. It really is wonderful. How do you want to have a little look? Take a look at how many she had left of this one. Isn't that amazing? That's not a new box. It's what we've used.
So if you've
and these are really bejewelled pieces, aren't they, Janet?
So if you've got 8mm and 0.4, 0.8 and 0.4, and this, you can make tons.
Definitely. People at home, this one is out of the building. This one is still available. Get your hands on this now. If you want to create this ring-like effect, it's going to be a little bit chunkier because these are a beautiful size, aren't they? £14.95 is your lowest ever price. £10 saving. It's your last chance to purchase. I told you it would be for that. I told you, and it's going to be exactly the same for this. £14.95. 150 carats worth of faceted rondelles matrix collection. Treat yourself to it whilst you can. £14.95 is your price on this. Real beautiful gemstones, and truly the fact you get tanzanite, it's insider information. The fact you get tanzanite, you have no idea how important that is right now. With the change and the amount of tanzanite that's available now, you have no idea how important it is that you can get it in this strand. £14.95 for you today. Can you talk us through how you managed to do this beautiful talk as well?
Yeah, it was just 3 strands of the 0.8. I made a clasp, well, I wrapped it round at one end. I used a macrame board and just fixed it to the macrame board and plaited. Simply plaiting.
Yeah.
And then a clasp on the other end. Simple. It's really a really easy technique to do.
Really simple technique.
And I use it quite a lot. I do make it quite a lot.
But it's the strength there as well, isn't it? The strength is there. If I show the back of this for you, you can have a little look at how we've done that clasp, can't you?
That's right. So 3 strands. The middle strand I made the hook and the loop from. The 2 outside strands I did the swirls to cover the back parts. So
Janet,
simple.
you are an absolute love, honestly. People absolutely adore you out there, and I'm not surprised. Your pieces are beautiful.
Thank you.
When are you joining us next?
I'm on the morning show on the 4th of March.
The 4th of March.
Yes.
We will keep our eyes peeled for you. Janet, you are so lovely. Now, I want to let you know the live feed is still down, but we will be with you as soon as possible. I've got a couple of days off now, but on Wednesday and Thursday, I have 2 ever so fantastic guest designers. Wednesday, macrame board, it's back in, and who best to show us how to use it than the wonderful Mark. On Thursday, I am joined by the exceptional Gemma Crow doing something a little bit different. Bridal Gemma Crow pieces. Remember the last bridal that we saw her do, the award-winning bridal bouquet? We've got some bridal pieces, and in that time, Gemma Crow, we're going to do a pearl showcase. minimum 10 strands of exceptional pearls for you on Thursday, 1 o'clock till 5. So we've got Mark on Wednesday, 1 till 5 macrame, Gemma Crow 1 till 5 on Thursday for some bridal pieces. Janet, you have been so brilliant.
I've really
Thank
enjoyed
you
it,
so much for your help today. Last chance to get your hands on this, $14.95. Live feed is down, but hopefully we'll be back up for the wonderful Ali on the Miss It Miss Out show. We will see you very soon. Bye bye.